Hello and good evening. This is a different kind of recap because it so happily fell on 9/11. So it's going to be a little sad. We're going to do a little bit of reflecting, and then we're going to get into some of the guests that were lucky enough to celebrate Michael's legacy in an extraordinary way. So we're going to get into 9/11 stuff first. For everyone else, get comfortable and let's get into it. So I'm from New York, born and raised, and unfortunately, this was something very big in New York. This is, globally very impactful. This is the first time America has been attacked in this way. Um, the way we travel on the airlines to this day is affected by 9/11. And I know people personally that still haven't been compensated, people who have passed away. Not the day of, it was the aftermath, the cancers, the things that were, I'm sorry, the alleged cancers that are corresponded with it. And I'm not gonna lie, I never was the same. I know one of our guests is from New York, and we'll ask our guest in a second, but we're gonna play a clip courtesy of Jen. As some of you guys may know, Michael Jackson and the Jacksons had just did a show at Madison Square Garden, I believe I think it was either the 2 days before or the day before. I know there was a 2-day show. MJ Fangirl was there, Shelly was there, Jen was there. There's a couple moonwalkers that were actually at that performance. Some of you guys weren't born yet or very little. If you were like me, but something in between. So let's get into this. Let me see if I can find this clip from Jenny, and we could talk a little bit and reflect for those that unfortunately didn't make it, or those that are still fighting private battles due to what happened that day. So with that being said, let's watch this clip from Jenny.
2 days from now, America will pause and remember a violent chain of events that shook us to the core and reminded us how precious life can be.
And it's been 20 years since the 9/11 attacks, the day that our jaws hit the ground, a day that we rubbed our eyes wishing it were a nightmare. Well, tonight, I want you to meet a local woman whose September 11th experience reminds her on every anniversary how lucky she was. Where were you on the morning of September 11, 2001? The answer always elicits vivid memories. For Jenny Winings of Sharonville, her day started in New York City. She was on the last flight out to Cincinnati before America changed forever.
I had a flight to catch at 6 a.m., so I woke up about 4, got a taxi to the airport, and I was just sitting at the airport waiting for them to call my name because I flew standby at the time working for an airline. They finally called my name right before they shut the boarding doors, and I got on the flight. Thank goodness.
So the morning of September 11, all of the planes that were chosen by the hijackers were morning flights. How many times has it gone through your mind that it could have been your plane?
It is kind of eerie to know that I was in that city 2.5 hours before that happened. Like, even telling you now, 20 years later, it still is. It's a very weird feeling.
At the time, Jenny was 19. She had gone to New York to see the Michael Jackson concert at Madison Square Garden September 10th. While sightseeing, this haunting photo was taken of the Twin Towers from the Empire State Building. Little did she know they would come crashing down, packed with people who had started their workday.
When you first see the planes going to the towers, and like you just said, to know how many people could have been in those buildings that day, and you just think there's at least 50,000 people that have died. Like, how could there not be?
2 decades have now passed. The somber 9/11 anniversary is Saturday. Jenny is now 39. She tries not to think about that day, but as someone who boarded a plane that fateful morning, she will forever be connected.
My phone just started going ringing off the hook, going crazy. My grandparents were calling me. My sister, who was in school, ran out of class to call me because nobody knew if I was home, if I was still in New York. Nobody knew.
So where were you the morning of September 11th? Nearly 3,000 people lost their lives on a day that started like any other. Never, ever shall we forget.
And 2 decades later, Jenny says it's those final phone calls from passengers to their loved ones that we hear and the fear on the faces of people running through the New York City streets that really hit her the hardest. I know you actually went to Ground Zero later in the day to cover that story for several weeks. What hit you the hardest?
I think the thing that still gets me choked up to this day, and I know emergency workers will say the same thing, is people didn't know the gravity of it even hours and hours later. So family members would walk up to you with flyers of their child, their mother, their brother, and say, if you see them, please, or they'd hand you a stack of flyers and, will you pass these out for me? And days would go by, and then there was a wall of these flyers, in the heart of New York. So yeah, that'll stick with me.
I can't get past the dozens and dozens of people who actually jumped because that was their only choice. And if you can only imagine having to make that decision, how awful it must have been up there. I try not to think about that, but that, I think, hit me the hardest post 9/11.
All right. So the question that was in that feature was, where were you the day of 9/11? I was the luckiest person on the planet because I'm always in that area. If I'm not mistaken, this happened on a Tuesday. And so back then, I used to always go to Century 21. Every Tuesday, that's when all the good sales would come in. And if anybody was familiar where Century 21 used to be, it used to be very, very close to 9/11. I had a relative that used to work down there. And it's funny, even though cell phones existed back then, people still had landlines. At least I did that back then. So my mom, being, I guess, worried, she calls my house and she goes, Trisha, where are you? And I said, Mommy, you called my house. I'm home. And she goes, no Century 21 today? And I'm like, no, I didn't feel like going. And at the time, we weren't quite aware of how serious this was, but everyone knew that the planes had hit the building by this time. But what did freak us out, once my mom was like, good, my baby's home, one of my relatives who worked in the building, I saw her go to work. So we were freaking out. We were like, oh my gosh, but in the time frame that I saw her, that relative should have been in the building. God is good. The train stalled. And when that relative got out, the planes have already hit the buildings and they were outside the building as opposed to in. But unfortunately, there were a lot of lives lost, thousands, almost 3,000. There are people, like at the time I dated a fireman that worked in the building. I had several relatives that were part of that cleanup project. There were unforeseen consequences, people that got sick after, or just a lot of mental issues. And, there are kids that lost their parents that day. And I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. I know Michael Jackson himself had a near miss. He was supposed to have a meeting that day. And as some of you may know, there were some relief efforts done on Michael Jackson. He had a concert, a song benefiting the tragedy. But overall, that was a really life-changing day for everybody. It took me many years to feel confident about living in New York. And I'm not gonna lie, I still be having my issues. Sometimes I'd be like, So I did not want to celebrate Michael's birthday when something like this, as impactful as 9/11 happened. Leah writes, I was in school in second grade, and I think I remember we had to go home and my mom told me to stay away from the windows. Wow. I remember I was about 7 years old in school, and the staff brought in the TV, and we watched the second Tower fall. That was all I remember. Yeah. I remember feeling very scared. Took me a long time to feel confident about subways, and I started high school as I remember. All I remember is some students crying because their parents. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. Um, I'm actually going to have one of the people that was affected and that gave us that clip. But first, shout out to Serena for always tweeting, and super love for the super sticker. And just good evening to everyone else. For those that did anything for Michael's birthday, you should have been connected with some of the people that were there. There was a link that went out privately. Make sure everyone gets those links so they can jump in. It's going to be a live all over the place. Bear with us. Yeah. I've been in one fire in my life. It was the most frightening thing I've ever experienced. And I've been in shootouts, you name it. I've been in some stuff. The heat and the smoke, specifically the smoke, is so unbearable. It feels like the smoke is just choking you. And then it takes sometimes weeks. It took me weeks to be able to breathe normal. It is no joke. So imagine you're in one of the tallest buildings in the city. There's no real way out. And the smoke is probably choking you, the heat from the flames. Um, I couldn't imagine. Hey, Rocky Rock. What's up, George? Right, I can't imagine how traumatizing times, and it is and was. I don't think certain things ever leave you. I'm very blessed. None of my relatives passed away, or any of my friends, but there is still ongoing things going on, health issues and mental issues, and that part's really sad. It was the saddest, scariest time period for us. I remember that day and the days that followed. Right? The earth we have not been the same. America has not been the same since that. One of the dancers, Eddie's life changed. He lost his fiance and she was pregnant with their unborn baby. He has not recovered from that. Haven't been in a serious relationship since. I could 100% relate to that. When you lose a significant other, without getting into details, it is shatteringly life-changing. It is very hard to date after things like that. And my heart goes out to Eddie. Not only he lost his fiance, he lost his unborn child. Huge tragedy. It's crazy. I was 20 years old in college, Gary, Indiana. Tuesday was my day off. I was in bed watching the news on the first plane hit. Right? And I think a lot of us still didn't register how serious this was, because we were like, oh, it'll be okay. The way the buildings crumble, it even looked real. It looked so fake. If anybody's ever played Sim City, it looks like when you destroy a patch of buildings, it just looks so fake. And it's like, huh? Like, what was these buildings made out of? Paper? So there's been some conspiracies behind that, but we are not going to touch that. But nonetheless, it was super sad. Yeah. Sometimes I try not to get upset when I have delays. I remember I was late to work recently. I think it was yesterday, right? Yesterday, I was so angry. And then I kept saying, what is God protecting me from? What is God protecting me from? Because after one delay, another delay would happen. I kept saying, what is God protecting me from? I lost some money. That's all right. What was God protecting me from? So that's how I see it. But we are definitely going to get Jenny W's insight, who was in New York, and God is so good, got her on the plane just in time. So, welcoming Jenny to the stage.
Hello.
I had no idea you were affected by the 9/11 thing. I just found out you were in the concert as well.
Yeah.
I guess you could start from the highlight, seeing Michael Jackson on stage, to the tragedy of what led to that day. Like, how was that? I would say the 2 or 3 days prior, plus the day of, was for you.
And it's crazy to think about it. And I've always said it was like, I was 19 at the time. It was the highlight of my life, obviously. Being at Madison Square Gardens on September 7th, the 10th, like, I mean, what was better in my life? Nothing. And then to have that happen just the next day, it's like, I I cannot think of Madison Square Garden without thinking 9/11. It's one big event. Um, so basically, so that was the first time I ever saw Michael in person. Um, I bought a ticket for the Friday show, September 7th, and my mom, sister, best friend, and aunt flew out to New York with me. First time ever in New York. So went to the show Friday, went and stood outside TRL with my I love Michael signs and all my, I don't know if anyone follows me, but I posted the most crazy picture of me, like with Michael buttons all over my pants and shirt. Anyway, so that was Friday. We're standing outside TRL. I got up into TRL that day, went to the show Friday. Saturday there was some kind of Michael event going on at Webster Hall, I think. So I stayed for that. Everyone else came with me, flew back Saturday, and then I flew back Sunday. I flew back to Ohio on Sunday. And I tell everyone this. I've never had this happen in my life. I have been to concerts before, and I was like, went home, left, never thought twice about it. My dad picked me up from the airport in Cincinnati, and I cried the whole way home on September 9th because I knew there was another Michael Jackson concert happening and I wasn't going to be there. And I've never had that happen before. I just was so overwhelmed with him and with what I had just seen that I was just so upset. The whole way home I cried. So, I was working for an airline at the time. So I got home, I drove downtown to where I was working, got Monday off, flew back to New York Monday morning by myself, went to the ticket office at Madison Square Gardens, bought a ticket. My first ticket was like 500 and some dollars. This ticket I got the day of was 3 something. And so I went to the second show, thank God, because I was like, I would have been depressed forever, I think. I never had that reaction. And then, so of course, both shows were amazing. And then I had to be at the airport. I either had to be I think I had to be there at 6 or something. So I worked for an airline. So I had to fly standby, meaning I only get on a plane if there's a seat open. If the flight's full, I don't get on the plane. And when you work for an airline, if you don't get on the plane, you can get in trouble because it's up to you to know if you are able to get out and back in time and not miss work. So I got to New York, I forget what airport I was at. And so I was looking through my memories today, and actually on the 5 years after, I posted that I missed the first flight. So I guess I missed the first flight. And then I got on like a 7 o'clock flight. I called my dad after I missed the first flight crying because I thought I was going to get in trouble at work. I was like, I missed the flight. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want to get in trouble. I had only been at my job for a year. And luckily, I got the last seat open on the flight to Cincinnati at, I guess, 7-ish or something. So my flight left, and then I landed, drove home, I don't know, I got home probably around 8:30. That's why I think my flight was earlier. And I was like, well, I'm going to take a nap before I have to work at 4 o'clock. So I lay down, and I was still living with my parents, but I don't think anybody was home at the time. My mom, my dad, my aunt, my grandpa, they were all up in Michigan at our lake house we had at the time, and my sister was still in high school. And sorry, I feel like I'm talking a lot, but
No, you're good. You're good.
so I'm laying in bed. Of course, everyone in my life knew I was in New York City to see Michael Jackson. Every single person I've ever met in my life. I'm sure I told everybody. So I lay down to take a nap before I have to go into work, and all of a sudden my phone starts ringing. And I remember my grandparents calling me. My one grandpa that was in Michigan with my mom, it was my mom's dad. He's from Florida. My dad's parents lived here in Cincinnati. They called me and they were like, I think they were the first people that called me. And they were like, where are you? And I was like, I'm home. I'm just laying down before I have to go to work. And they said, I don't even remember. It was so long ago, but that's when I realized something happened. They told me something was happening in New York. And when you hear that, you don't believe that. Like, you don't believe that someone's telling you a plane is going into the building. And you remember everybody thought it was a little private plane at first,
Mm-hmm.
which is still crazy, and still many people could have died, but no one knew it was an airliner. So I get up and I go into my parents' room and I don't know what I did. I remember sitting on the bed and watching it happen. And I think that's when it hit me, because all my friends were still in New York, or a lot of them were still in New York.
Mm-hmm.
I just left New York. I was just there. And my sister was a senior in high school, I think. She called me. She was like, Jenny, I just told my teacher, my sister she didn't even know if I was home yet. And she was like, I ran out of class. She called me. So once I'm like watching TV and realizing what the heck is going on in a city that I just personally left 3 hours earlier, I just start, like the whole country, I just start bawling my eyes out. You couldn't believe what you were seeing. You couldn't believe what you were seeing on the
Mm-hmm.
TV. And then when you saw the second plane hit, I think everyone in the country knew it was a terrorist attack, but like it was so unimaginable that could happen. It really was like a movie. So this is probably like, when did the second, I don't know, between 9:30 and 10:30, I called my mom. She's a night owl. She sleeps till the afternoon. So they were up in Michigan, and my mom answers, and I am bawling. I'm crying so hard. And she will tell you to this day, she thought something happened to Michael when I called her, because she just knew I was in New York. I flew home and I'm crying hysterically. So
Mm-hmm.
her first thought was something happened to Michael. And I told her, I said, turn on the TV. And of course where are you? And so that was great. I mean, I can't imagine my mom. Imagining that I was maybe still in New York when I was telling her, because I don't even know what I could get out. So then you like, I think everyone was glued to the TVs. I couldn't turn it off. I was crying so hard for hours, and then I went into work at 4, and this was before social media, text messages and everything. So my
Mm-hmm.
coworkers didn't even know if I was home yet. So I walk into work at the airline, and I like could almost start crying now. I'm still bawling my eyes out, and people are just like, oh my God, like, we did not know if you were home. Like, we didn't know where you were. Anyways, they sent me home because I could not have worked listening to people calling in to switch their flight from New York. Like, I could not have dealt with that day, knowing all my friends were stuck. I called my friends when it first happened and woke them up in New York and told them, look out the window, and they could see smoke. Like, they had no idea what was going on. And I'm in Ohio calling them in New York, telling them what's happening in the city they're in.
Mm-hmm.
So I just went home. My job sent me home, and my two best friends at the time came over, and we just sat in my parents' living room. I cried myself to sleep probably at like 5 o'clock, with my friends just there with me. And it was terrible. And the fact that it happened the day after everybody was there. I've watched so many documentaries about 9/11, and most of
Mm-hmm.
them mention how many people were in New York for the Michael Jackson concert. And it's insane to
Wow.
me, not only that I was there, that my friends were there, just everything. So that's my story. But it was because I wasn't even supposed to go to the second show, is even crazier to me. And did you already show the interview that you asked me you were going to
Yes,
show?
yes, yeah, I did show it. I
So that was
wasn't
the first
sure.
time. That was the first time I thought. He asked me. I don't think it's in the interview, but he said to me, or maybe it is. He was like, I think some of it is in there, but after the cameras were on, he was like, did you ever really think how many people flew that morning safely and you were one of them? And I was like, no, not until you just said that. I honestly never thought about how many people flew that day and got to where they were going. And I was one of them. So it's puts everything in perspective. Like at that moment, the whole concerts didn't even mean anything. You know, like this was something, it was, yeah,
Yeah.
it was terrible. And my friends were stuck for 1 week. My friend Rebecca, she posted today,
Oh,
she was stuck in New York for 2 weeks. People weren't even able to take trains out of New York for a week. I know Michael paid for some fans' hotels for days or week or something.
right, right.
It was, it was, it was insane. I was so lucky. I was so lucky. And that's all I can say because
No, God was on your side.
I got the last seat on the plane. That's what's like, I had missed the first flight, got the last seat, and then yeah, I don't know. It was so scary. It was so scary. But we were actually the United States of America then in a few months after. So that was awesome. We were united together as one.
Yeah.
So it was awesome to see, but it was so scary. And do you remember too, like after all four planes went down, they still didn't know how many more planes had terrorists on them, and they evacuated
Mhm.
they evacuated
So, was it the White House? I know there was
maybe
other
maybe they
states.
evacuated the White House because they thought a plane was coming toward, like nobody knew how many planes were out there. um I have watched, if you go on YouTube now, but back in the day they used to play on 9/11. MSNBC or some channel used to play starting exactly at like 8:30 real time until like all day. So I've seen that 15 times, and nobody knew how many planes were in the air, how many terrorists there were, where the planes were going. Nobody knew. And then they grounded all the planes for the first time ever. So it was just, God, I mean, it makes you,
No, I still get chills because it's one of those
yes.
things like, you know, even though you got to your destination safely and so did my relative, I wasn't as in 321. You still can't help but to be sad for those who didn't make it, the people that got stranded.
Oh,
New
yeah.
York is not the city to be stranded in. It's expensive, it's scary, and most important, like you really couldn't enjoy yourself if you're not sure when's the next attack. That was always the issue. When was the next attack?
Right. Right.
So you're like, you could, even if you wanted to have fun, you couldn't. I remember being so uneasy um for a long time. Like
For
I
a long
long
time.
time. Leah asked
Like,
a really good question. How long did it take you to fly again? I mean, it was your job, but like
so that's funny. That's funny someone just asked that because I was just going to say that was 9/11. The Virgin Megastore signing was November 7th, like 2 months later. So I flew to New York 2 months later for the Virgin Megastore signing.
what?
And what is crazy, what I remember about that flight is, it's very common to have turbulence on a flight, and it's just common. And I remember this so vividly. So I wasn't nervous at all to fly. I was in Florida. I think I've told this story about how I went to the Virgin signing, but I had driven. So after 9/11, I worked for an airline. The airline let people, like, laid them off for a few months, but you still got to keep your flight benefits and health care, but you just didn't get paid. So
Right.
I took a 3 month leave or something like that. So I drove to Florida and was living with my grandparents. And when Michael announced the signing, I was not scared to fly. But I do remember being on the plane, and at one point in the plane, I took a night flight. The plane like dipped, how planes do normally.
Right.
But first of all, the plane was empty. And
Mm.
I remember everybody, when the plane dipped, I just saw everybody like
Freak out. Like
looking around and making sure everything was okay. Cause November was also later that month was when the shoe bomber happened. If you remember that. Do you
I
remember
do,
that?
I do.
It was November of 2001 as well. And that's why everyone had to take off their shoes for the last 25 years. Um, so anyways, I just remember it being turbulent. So to answer the question, I flew on November 7th. And I would only fly for one person, but
Lucky number 7, MJ
and
himself.
yeah, and I was seventh in line for the Virgin Megastore signing. And fast forward till February or April of 2002. We were in, and I just went through all my old pictures the other day, and I have pictures. So around where the towers fell, there were fences up, and hundreds of thousands of photos of missing people all over the place. Like, this is my brother. This is my, like, call me if you. I mean, I'm getting chills thinking about it. There were so many missing people pictures everywhere, and I have pictures of that. But we would like run after Michael's car in the street in February of 2002, and people thought something was happening, which obviously you would think that it's only been 5 months. And one time we were in a cafe and saw his car leave, and we all 40 people jumped up and ran out, and once again people thought that was in New York, like we were in New York, so New Yorkers thought something was happening. So it was crazy. It was terrible.
Like every time we go on trips, mandatory, I have to contact certain family members. We always like praise God. We always say amen. Like people
Yeah.
take for granted getting to destinations, whether it be your job, to your home, or a big trip back to your home state. Traveling, unfortunately one of our fellow moonwalkers had expressed something very bad happening to the Gary, Indiana
Mm.
trip. I
Mhm.
don't know. I'm not sure if they want to rehash that right now, but
Yeah.
you know, again, you guys came from the concert of the freaking decade, and a day later, the biggest tragedy in American
12
history.
hours later. I mean, not even. I mean, the concert probably didn't let out until after 11 because they started so late. They were like 4 hour long concerts. It was insane. So I I I I just saw all my memories on Facebook, and I talk about how I only got an hour and a half of sleep, and I had to wake up at 3 o'clock to get to the airport. So literally, like within 10 hours from the concert leaving, since the concert left out, did the first plane hit.
That's crazy.
It
And
is.
now that we're in a different energy, at least in New York, we're always like we're on high alert because you just don't. I mean, there has been some really bad whispers down here. We've had
Mhm.
random shootouts at 42nd Street, which is really, really like in that facility of the Virgin Record place that you had seen Michael and
Oh,
stuff.
in Times Square.
Yeah, there was two
Oh,
shootings. And I
I
saw,
think I heard about one of them.
yeah. And the crazy thing is, I'm always over there. And I remember I said, "Oh, let me go to the movies." Something said, no.
Yeah.
Good call. It's those moments of gratefulness
Those.
that you always have, like I got home safely, or I didn't get shot today, or I didn't die in a plane crash. Like these things are never to be taken for granted. That's why we always go
Yep.
about safety,
Yep.
you know, always let a family know what flights you're on, what's going on, because
Always.
it's just you just never freaking know. I remember MJ Fangirl shared her story on her channel. She was always there in the same sentiment, like, yeah, she was so excited about to hear about the buzz about the concert, and the next thing
Oh
you
my
know,
God.
we're dealing with a real life mega
And
tragedy.
and talk about like the highest of high.
Mm-hmm.
And some of my friends from overseas had seen Michael before, but if that was your first time ever seeing him ever, like me, 19 years old, I was in high school, until then, the highest of high in my entire life that you could ever imagine. Just like it was just amazing. Amazing. Then to the most devastating tragedy in American history just the next day. Talk about like everyone always says, I went from one emotion to the other. That might be like
Mm-hmm.
the biggest example of it, just from anybody who had a good time the night before, like doing anything to the next day. So yeah, it was so sad. I mean, like I literally like shake when I talk about it because I just can't imagine my mom when I called her, she thought it was Michael thing, and then she like thought her daughter was in New York, and I'm crying. Like I don't know. It was just
No,
everybody and
I
everywhere
get
was so
it.
upset. Yeah.
I remember like when my mom was looking for me, she was like, That's how you knew something was wrong. I'm like, she was like, Trish, where are you? I'm like, you just called my house. I'm home.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could tell there was a sign of relief. But then I was like, but
Where'd
our
she live? Where was she at?
so I've been at my mom's house since young, like young.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my mom was probably at work now that I think about it. But she knew I always went to Century 21, which is like blocks away from those two towers.
Was she in New York?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
But not New York City. My mom worked in another borough.
Got it. Okay.
But unfortunately, it affected so many people in my family. I can't get into details, but
yeah.
But then when we realized, oh, Trisha's fine, but how about the relative who actually works in the building?
Oh
It's
God.
like how about your friends that were actually still in New York? I'm sure you're just like, wait, I'm good, but what about my fellow moonwalkers? That must have been cuckoo. But I'm glad you made
It was cuckoo. It was cuckoo. And like I said, having me wake my friends up in New York who were still sleeping to say, look out the freaking like the city you're in is under attack is basically how I woke my friends up. So it was it's pretty, yeah, I don't know. It was
Man, I'm just glad that you're good. From what I know, all the moonwalkers were good. Of course, the
I think so,
Jacksons were
yeah.
good. And again, my heart sincerely goes out to anyone that's being affected. Some people, like I said, lost their parents or
I have a friend here in Cincinnati who lost his aunt in the World Trade Center. She worked in the World Trade Center.
Ain't that something?
He's been my friend since I was 7 years old, and he lost his aunt and has a big old like tattoo in memory of it. And like I say in the interview, when you see how big the World Trade Centers are,
It's
if
massive.
those planes would have hit an hour later, it would have been even more devastating. You know, people weren't at work yet, thank God.
They were
I
on
thought
their
there was like
way.
50,000 people there, and there was, I think, not only, but there was like, you know what I mean? It wasn't even near that, but yeah.
Man, let me see. We're gonna segue into some of the activities, but we are gonna ask Kim. Kim, stop chewing your food. I see you. We're gonna ask Kim because I know Kim was in Vegas with you, and we want to do Vegas first. But Kim, I hope to God you're ready. Kim. No, I know
Kim. Hi,
you're
Kim.
like me, so I'm sure you do remember 9/11. Was there anything? First of all, where were you in 9/11? What was your memory?
I was at home in the front room when everything was going off on the TV. And I remember I was working for MGM Grand Detroit.
Oh, okay.
And I just remember they call, basically allow all of us to like pretty much stay home because it was like a national emergency sort of thing. So we didn't have to go in that day.
Oh, okay.
But when I did get to work, like us the following day or whatnot, and they were sending some of the dealers, some of the, different people who were signing up to go with the relief effort in New York. Grand did do that.
Man.
Yeah, it was just like, is this for real? Is this a simulation going on?
Seriously.
Right. Even looking at the footage to this day, it does not look real. The part where it starts crumbling, I'm like, is this real?
And then like the aftermath, do you remember seeing all the debris? I was like, it is going to take them. I honestly thought they would never get it cleared out. Like the fact that they got it cleared out that fast, and I mean, it took years, but I mean, can you imagine all that debris, not only from those two, but from World Trade Center 7 that fell and just everything? Like the rescuer, if you look at pictures, they look this big walking on top of these massive mountains of debris.
It's crazy.
Not only just seeing them people covered in powder.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Everybody was the same color that day in New York City.
I remember today on TikTok, there were TikTokers that use AI to recreate some of the stories. And the lady with the the debris all over her was one of the ladies they featured. And I'm just like, it's still chilling. These are
No,
It is.
strangers, but their stories are very impactful. Like, it's
the Ash,
crazy.
the Ash lady, the one you just talked about, that's
Yes.
her walk like running, like she had all gray on. What
Mm-hmm.
for? They said she just passed away due
Oh,
to
no.
Oh man.
Due to
yeah
what? Oh, something from the
from
something
all
from 9/11. Yeah.
yeah. They said
Like,
she just had a long battle with cancer
people
after.
are still fighting for benefits and compensation. That I know to be fact. And it was what, 24 years ago?
Yeah, that's
We're
terrible.
still a thing. And I remember we were in college. My friend John did a documentary on his friend that was dying from cancer, from from being in 9/11, and they would not release his benefits, so he at least didn't have a you
This
know it was proper coverage. It's been a lot of sad stories still going on because of that day.
right.
That's one thing I could say, like, just from being, like, sometimes you do have a high of going to a Michael Jackson concert and then something tragic happens. And I've gone to events you guys never would know what happened the day I got back.
Yeah, yeah,
But never take for granted that, one, that we can do things like this and that we're still alive to tell the story. Even if you're
yeah,
still fighting a battle that no one understands but you, it's still like, always put in perspective, like, at least I got to experience those things. There are some people that never even left their neighborhood yet and been
mm-hmm,
alive for 30,
mm-hmm.
40 years. So, it's like, never take for granted that you woke up today and that you got home safely. Because those are
Yeah.
things that not everyone got to experience, man. So,
And
I don't know if I should put the other Jenny in here. Jenny, turn on your camera if you're ready to come on. Because we are going to get into the events, but I thank you guys for sharing your memories, and some of you
Oh,
guys in the chat.
I see one comment that says Jenny just skipped past the fact that she was chasing Michael's car.
No,
Okay.
I did put it up. I did.
Number one, if you're talking about 9/11 or that weekend, I had no idea what to do. That was my first Michael trip, so I did not chase his car that day. And I did say that in February or April, when we were running after his car, that's when people thought something else was happening in New York. I didn't skip that. I'm proud that I used to chase after Michael Jackson. It got me a lot, okay?
you
Oh
know,
man.
we wanted to go to that concert too, but I couldn't get the time off at work. But I was going, I was thinking about, basically calling out, taking what they call it, FMLA and
Oh, yeah.
money and going out there, but I just couldn't afford to do that. And
It
maybe
was expensive, and it was expensive for 2001. Like, I paid 500 and something dollars, and I was not on the floor. I was not in the 100s. I was in the 200s for 500. But think of all the people that were at the concert. I get it, but it was expensive. I still live with my parents, so that's the only reason, you know what I mean?
Oh,
But
no, even when you said that price in 2025 and you said 500 and 300, I said in 2001, that'd be probably equivalent to like $1,000 now. Even 500
at
is
least
a
a
lot of money
thousand.
for a concert. You're like, that's a lot of money. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
holy.
I don't know, but it was expensive.
Man, that's God. I mean, I do know how it feels to come from a high to like a low like that. You're like, really?
Hmm.
But thank you guys for again, this wasn't the original plan, but I'm like, no, we got to talk about this. Like, especially like, one, it's a Michael Jackson family connection, and two, it's
Hmm.
the human life,
Yeah.
thousands of humans' lives connected because of that day. So I'm like, no, we can't gloss it over. Thank you, chat, for being patient. I know you were like, what kind of birthday celebration is this? But it's a good example of how life really is. Even in the world of being Jackson family fans, like, sometimes you can experience something really great and something really bad could happen as quickly as 12 hours. So,
And I mean, there were at least 18,000 people that were there for Michael Jackson for the weekend. So it was a Michael
oh,
Jackson weekend, you know? So, I mean, then that's just for one show. So let's just say there was like 50,000 people in New York City that weekend for Michael Jackson. So it was a weekend revolved around him, and unfortunately ended the way
It did.
what it did. Yeah. So
Leah writes, we are proud of you, Jenny. Thank you again for your vulnerability and strength to tell your story. We will never forget.
thanks,
And that's
Jenna.
so funny. You were the reason why I said we're going to have to shift a little bit.
Well,
You
when
know?
you wrote me today, I was like, because you had texted me about yesterday. So I wasn't even thinking about it being about 9/11 until you messaged me. And then I was like, oh, yeah, I guess it is actually 9/11. So,
Yeah,
like,
we were going to do this last night, but so I do like these movie things every week. And I'm
mhm,
like, okay, want to see The Breakfast Club. It's an hour and 37-minute movie. I should be home early. No, with the trailers. And I
mhm,
missed, there was an express train that could have gotten me home. I missed it. I was just sitting here like, so again, what has God protected me from, right?
mhm,
Then
mhm,
we get in and then we lost the I am Jennifer. She couldn't make it. And I'm like, no, we gotta do it. Like we gotta, because I didn't go to any events. So I guess I'm just gonna be the host in a minute. But I was like, I didn't really do anything except a Michael Jackson reference. And I did want somebody to represent Vegas, which is you and Kim. And then I think the rest of the group did the King of Popcorn and the house. Well, actually, Jen. Wait, Jen, you did that? No, you knew Gary, right? You
me?
did, right? Did you go to Gary?
I didn't do Gary. I was in
Okay,
Vegas. I was in Vegas from the 23rd. So I was in Vegas for a whole week with my family. I already had a planned
nice.
family vacation there. It just happened to be that week. So I was in Vegas and then I flew to LA and went to that. Yeah.
All right. So if you can stay for the whole,
Mhm.
because we actually have to wait for another person that is at work right now. There's several people that were supposed to be here. It it is what it is. Like we want to work with whoever can make it. All of us work very tough hours in real life. So I thank you everyone for just bearing with us. It's tough. But Jen from the block, do you have any memories of 9/11 before we go into the birthday celebration?
I was
I
still
was
in
still
the
in there.
elementary school actually.
What was
Um,
that like, youngins?
it was
How
scary.
old were you?
Oh, gee, I don't remember. I think I was in fourth grade or fifth grade.
Okay.
Like 9 or
Yeah.
10 or something?
Yes, yes, around there. But I lived in New England. I didn't live in New York, but I lived in New England, like just 2 hours from New York, and that was very traumatizing and very scary, actually. I know I was scared. I thought the entire United States was under attack. I
Mm-hmm.
was terrified to go to school. I don't know why that day, either I was getting ready or I wasn't feeling good, so I missed school. Hello. But I remember my sisters, they were at work. My dad was about to go to work. He worked out of school. And they're like, is everybody okay? Is the girls home? Is the girls home? Like the US is under attack. The US is under attack. I was freaking as a child, I was crying, I was freaking out. I just wanted everybody at my house. Um, and my
And when you
sister
see
was
your parents are scared or worried, it makes you as a kid even more worried, you know?
yes, yes, especially being so close to New York too.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh my God, what's going on? And then my sister actually wanted to drive into New York City just to see like what was going on and to help. And I was like, well, yeah, I want to go help too. Like, let me go with you. And then that's when the second tower got hit. And then after that, when she got home, that's when they fell. I'm like, yeah, we can't go to New York. We can't help nobody at this
Mm-mm.
time. The city's shut
Mm-mm.
down. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, I wanted to go help. So naively, but no, it was so scary. And even I didn't want to go to school like ever again. Because I was just thought at any moment
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna be under attack. Anything is gonna happen.
Yeah.
And even like as an adult now for the anniversaries, I don't know why I still get PTSD. Like if I'm like in 9/11 in New York City, that's something might happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even from then. So
I
yeah.
know I have it really, really bad. Like I'll take a bus. So I live very, very close to my job in terms of like train system. I will go on a bus sometimes and be on a bus for like an hour, hour and a half just to avoid the subway. So I just started doing the subway and I'm still having issues like being calm because it's
Yeah.
just like, because now we have new threats and I'm just like, oh, here we go. But I've gotten comfortable with whatever is meant for me, including death, is for me. So I don't want to live in fear anymore. But it
Mhm.
took me such a long time to get on the, like, since the pandemic, this is the first year I'm on the train, but not all the time. I just baby steps, baby steps. I'm like, it's crazy because you're still freaked out over what happened on 9/11. You're like, well, what if this
It's
happens again?
I used to have nightmares when I worked for the airline, I worked on the like seventh floor or something. And I used to have nightmares of planes hitting my building when we were working. And actually, yesterday I was watching a YouTube video of someone showing off an apartment on Billionaires Row, and it's on like the 108th floor or something. And all I kept thinking about is I would never live in a high rise. And that is why I would think that to this day, is because I just picture a plane. That sounds terrible. I even hate saying it, but like I was at the top of the stratosphere in Vegas, and I helicopters in Vegas are close. And I kept thinking, like, so I just think like something like that and something like being on a subway, it's scary. And like you said, you have to mentally get yourself in a good spot, however long that takes.
Mhm. And if you guys are still going through things, trust me, we get it. Like
Mhm.
for those who that are affected by it, you're like, you're never going to be the same. It's
No.
so crazy you brought the high rise thing. Like I'm on a waiting list to live in Midtown, and low key, I'm like, but
In a
do I?
high rise?
Yeah, I'm like, do I want to go through that? I don't know. I know my mom is not a big fan of those areas. It's just too heavily populated, population's too dense. But the downfall is either you live in a really bad area for affordable housing, or you live in these, I hate to say it, like these high risk apartment buildings. Because at least like with a shorter building or a home, you can jump out the window. Once
Yeah.
you get to a certain amount of flights, you're not. It is what
I
it is.
know.
Like you can see why some
I mean,
people.
it might help you, like if you move into there and you're there daily, day after day after day, it might actually help that fear subside, you know?
Who knows? Right now, no one's called us. There's been so many delays, but sometimes those delays are for good reasons. That's why I was
Yeah.
like, well, I've been on this for years now, but maybe it wasn't meant for me. And if it doesn't happen, we'll be okay. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
worried about it. Like,
Yeah.
so we are going to segue into the celebration. But again, ladies, thank you for sharing your experience. Thank you, chat, for sharing yours as well. And having a more serious topic. I know this channel is supposed to be some form of escapism, but with me still being freaking sad about some random stuff, it is what it is. I don't feel so. I'm going to say what I really feel. What's up, Jazz? Um, okay, it's going to be one of those lives. Look, y'all,
Oh,
I'm going
Lord
to
have
tell y'all
mercy.
right now,
Nope, nope.
if there's any silliness today, I'm just going to make it um a private chat. I don't want to do that. So just throwing it out there. Like if you troll someone else, I already see nonsense going on. I've seen 2 comments that made me go, really? But anywho, switching gears, positive energy. Uh, so make sure you guys follow Jen on her social.
Oh, there's the program for the MSG concert. You have my Instagram up, I see.
I love people to make it possible to have some extra content.
Well, look, I was gonna bring it out because I just got it out from the other day.
Hold on, let me solo this on you. Where's Jen at? Jen. There we go. Solo.
So
Wow.
this is the program. It's literally like it's very flimsy, obviously. Hold on. Let me try and can you turn the camera around? I don't know. Yes, okay. Can you see it? There's gonna be a little glare, but
That's
Yes.
so he signed it here and he did not like that you couldn't really see it. So he signed it there.
that is so cool. Michael's amazing.
And you know what? Someone else commented under my post and said he did the same for me. And I said, thank you, because I will get messages from people that they think I'm making stuff up. And I'm like, this, I'm not the only one. So this was the inside.
When did he sign it? On
It
that.
was like early of 2002.
Okay.
But like it names all the acts that were there. Let me see if I can get to. I have not had this out in at least 6 years, at least 7 years since I moved. But it shows. Oh my gosh, Mark Anthony,
I
Bobby
was just gonna.
Brown,
I was just
Aaron
gonna ask about Mark
Carter.
Anthony.
Yep, Ray Charles, Destiny's Child. Oh my gosh, Missy Elliott.
Wow.
Whitney
Whitney
Houston.
Houston,
Rest in peace.
Wow.
El Jerome.
Quincy,
Wow.
Gladys. Oh my God, Lil Romeo, NSYNC. Liza Minnelli. Sorry, I'm just showing, kind
No,
of
I
going
actually
through
forgot
it.
how many people was part of that.
That's why these concerts were like 4 hours long each night, and I'm not even joking. Brittany,
Wow.
Diane Warwick, like Luther, Usher. I don't
Mm.
know why it says that. Maybe they just wanted to have their name in here. They took it out an ad just to have their name.
Wow. The freaking
I
Jack.
literally haven't had this open in so. It's been in this frame. Actually, I probably haven't gotten it open this in like almost 20 years.
I wouldn't open it either. I'm like, wait, this is rare. He signed it.
Yeah, it's different when it's signed.
Signed it
Yeah, but
twice.
it's just all these good pictures of
Ooh,
him. Oh my gosh, there's a
you got
lot.
some
Look at-
great pictures.
Yeah, and it has a little caption in all of them. Oh yeah, hello. The Hit Factory. So then everyone took out ads. L.A. Reid, Elizabeth Taylor. Um, Epic,
Hey.
Epic. I mean, it was really Clive Davis. Holy moly, who's this? David Guest. David Guest.
Mm,
Um, Rodney Jerkins.
Okay.
Mr. Invincible. Yeah, just like
UWA.
Baby Michael.
Aw.
Oh.
Yeah, but this is crazy. Because Marlon Brando was there,
Yep.
you know. Um, that might be it really, but wow, this is crazy. It's
And
like going in a time machine. Stevie
right?
Wonder.
Mhm.
Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
And
All
proof.
that glitters is gloved. Thank you, Michael, for 30 years of music and magic.
And still giving us magic.
Yep.
Every time, like, I love how you brought up, like, sometimes like people don't believe what you're saying. Like, even my family, I have to show them video. They don't believe half the things I'm saying. I'm like, why would I lie about this
Why
stuff?
would I make stuff up? Fans will text me that though. My personal people believe me. They know me. But I'll get random messages from people I don't even know. And I'm like, what? Why am I lying? Why would I lie? Why am I lying about this?
Oh my God. I remember my boyfriend at the time, hi radio, or rest in peace radio. One time, Austin Brown tweeted me, get down to the club. Like, that was the short version of it. So radio goes, I don't believe you. I said, Rob, why would I lie about a celebrity tweeting me? Like, you could just go on my timeline and see it. So then radio looks at the tweet and then he goes, oh, well, let's go down there. I just want to see how this plays out. So he's there talking to Austin, talking to Yashi. Because I don't, it's so funny to say, you're my boyfriend. Why would I lie about something like that? Like, that could be easily looked up. I'm like, Jen, I know you have stories. Tim, you have stories. You actually met Michael as well. Like, do people ever believe you guys are ever lying about the stuff you do?
Yes.
How about you, Kim and Jen?
Not anybody in my personal life though. I'm telling you, it's people that don't know me. They think I'm lying.
Well, I break out the picture of Michael in airspace, then but then they have said, is that a cutout? I'm like, do cutouts touch you?
Is that do you get this? Is that an impersonator? No.
I'm like, if a cutout can do that, tell me where I can find one.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I met Leah. Leah was super young when I met her, but she was looking for Latoya Jackson. And Leah, if you want to tell the story yourself, let me know. I'll give you the link to come up here. It was just so weird how everything played out, but everything played out in Leah's favor. And it was just like, and a lot of,
It was supposed to happen.
mm-hmm. And I'm sure Kim and Jen and Jennifer, well, actually Jenny and then Jen, um, can attest to some of the things either the Jacksons have done that no one knows about. They do stuff for their fans that would make like blow your mind, like how Jen said, pay for the hotel for the stranded fans. And like, unless people share these stories, you would be like, there's no way. And if the Jacksons know someone can't afford something, they'll just give it to you, or they'll do something special for you.
Yep.
You know, it's like, it's never a public announcement. Actually, they prefer you to be private about that stuff. But you're like, but as I said, I can't share all my stories, but at least I can say that family gives and gives when they can. Hold on, I'm gonna send Leah the link to join. But you know what? We're gonna do the Vegas stories first. Then we're gonna go into what's the next thing, Gary, and then we're gonna go into King of Popcorn since that was the last. Leah, holds out. We'll definitely get your story in, but because I know some of y'all gotta go to bed, myself included. So myself included, I was supposed to have tomorrow off, and I don't now, so I'm not happy right now. But then you don't want to complain because everybody's out of jobs, so you're like, just go to work, shut up about it. All right, so our recap is, even though New York did their thing in Jersey, unfortunately, nobody represented. So we're going to gloss over New York and Jersey, but we want to give a shout out to but DJ Spinner for doing something. He does something for Michael every year. So if Spike Lee doesn't do anything, DJ Spinner will. So make sure you're following DJ Spinner on Instagram, even though Red's thing is highlighted. Red was the only person to post it. So New York, I need you to, what the hell happened that no one posted about Michael's birthday in New York? Did I miss something? And then I found out who was there. I'm not gonna blast nobody. But what happened to the post? We had skating tribute, we had DJ Spinner, and I was like, where's the pictures? So shout out to Red for posting, because I was like, what the heck? And then I did a Michael Jackson reference. Unfortunately, I'll be honest, I didn't feel comfortable going to Brooklyn and my friends were all out of state. Even my acquaintances were out of state. So I didn't feel comfortable going to a party and not knowing who was there. I come to find out there were people there, but no one told me they were going to be there. So I just ended up going and seeing Jaws. It is an MJ reference. And now it's a BG reference because he wore this shirt recently. Let me see if I can find the shirt. Here we go. So I actually purchased the shirt because I love me some daggone Jacksons. I hope they don't think I'm weird for doing stuff like this.
But you like the movie.
The BG shirt. I had to. Now BG's is blue, but I couldn't get the blue one in time. They were like, it's going to take a week. I was like, well, the black it is. You don't have to get what BG has. But if you want to help support the channel, because I'm always going to plug how to get some money for this channel, you could use my links. It's not in the description bar yet, but it will be after. I have an Amazon storefront, or just use this, address right here. Somebody brought something big the other day. Thank you. I appreciate you. I saw that money. I said, thank you. It shows it's MJ stuff in there. My movie merch, you name it. Soon furniture is going to be in there. You name it. If you buy anything from the store, I get a small kickback. And here's a little hint. If you don't buy anything in my store, but you touch that link, I still get a kickback. So please help support the channel. It is very expensive to run this thing out. I have website, StreamYard. As you've seen, I was in no events this year because I couldn't afford it. So every little thing helps. I really appreciate it. And in Jersey, I want to give a shout out to Vernay. Her and her husband did not only a Michael celebration in Jersey, Atlantic City, but they have done for months this beautiful exhibit from their personal collection, and fans did spend some time with them for Michael's birthday. So I wanted to highlight her. for doing that with her husband Ryan. That is a big flex to do something like
Mhm.
out of your I'm sure she lost some money. I'm sure there was no real profit here, but it was a way of just sharing Michael's legacy, and that was really cool of them. And I really hope they have big dreams, what they want to do with their collections and share with the fans. I really hope things pan out for them. So we're going to finally go to Vegas. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I was low key jealous when I saw those pictures. We couldn't figure out if where Prince was going to be, right? Because here was the dilemma. We knew the Jacksons were going to do this whole thing in Gary. So I couldn't figure out if it was going to divide everybody or was Prince going to be there? Da 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 da. But for those who saw my previous lives, I did say if I had money, I wanted to go to Vegas for Michael's birthday, then Gary for the Jackson tribute the next day, and then King of Popcorn. So I would have bumped into Prince and Molly, but
So
the
you wanted
money
to
went
go to Vegas,
to
to
Gary,
Gary.
to Cali, if I had the
You
money.
go, girl.
Well, listen, this is why I don't have money because I do pull stunts like this all the
I
time.
understand.
So I was just like, the money finally ran out. So I was like, dag on it. But I would have had it right. And then to see Molly, oh my gosh. So did anybody get to talk to Molly at all?
I did.
I
How
did.
was that?
Well, I walked up to her like, okay, this was during the question and answer segment that they always have before is it after or before the brunch? Which Prince was standing there, and it was like a little line of people to see him. I remember showing him the picture that I left at home. I was bringing my picture that I did of Prince, and doggone it, I left it. But anyway, I was showing him on the phone the picture that I drew of him, and he was like, "Oh, that's so pretty. That's so pretty." I'm like, "Pretty." I'm like, "But thank you." Then I walked up and I saw Molly standing. And I said, lucky young lady. I said, snatched him off the market. Good for you. And she started to laugh a little bit. Oh, thank you. Thank you. She was really nice. And we shook hands and everything. And that's pretty much what it. She seemed very reserved, quiet, didn't really say much. Like he's like the opposite of, he's the, and she just stood back. And that's what I probably got from her. She let him do his thing, and she just, her and Karen Langford was standing there together.
Okay.
And then
And
She's
how
so sweet.
I did express to her that I wanted to send the picture to Prince. But first Prince was like, "Oh, tell Karen, let her know, and Karen to give you the address." So I spoke to Karen and I showed her the work, and I say I would like to get this to Prince. He told me to send it to you, and I was like, "Can I get your address?" So she was like, gave me her, the address to send it to, and that pretty much was my interaction with her,
okay.
with Molly.
And how was your experience with Prince?
Oh, always a pleasure, you know. I told him I wanted to paint their wedding portrait, and he was like, "You wanted what is that?" And I said, "Prince, stop it." I looked at him like, "Cut it out, stop that." And he was like, "Well, I said do a portrait of you. When you and Molly get married, I want to do a portrait for you." Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm like, I had to give him a little nudge for that.
And how was your experience, Molly, with Jim with Molly and Prince?
Oh, she's great. They're so perfect together.
They
They are
are.
both so sweet and so adorable. I talked to her for a while 3 years ago in Vegas. Um, it came up about my story. So I was showing her like the pictures of Michael and me. And what was funny is this year I was like, oh, we met 3 years ago. She's like, oh yeah, I remember. And she was like, you were telling that one story, how that you, the last time you, or one of the times that you saw Michael, you were a little tipsy. And I said, that was the last time I talked to Michael. And I was more than tipsy. I said, I was drunk. And I'm really glad you remember that story. And so she was like, yeah, you had great stories. And like, but that is the one that she brought up and remembered. I was like, yeah, yes, I did. But she's just so sweet. And what was really sweet is everybody was yelling congratulations to them. And they're just so cute. And I said to her, and I'm pretty sure I said it 3 years ago, I was like, what do you think about when you see him? What do you think? And she's just like, no, it's just normal. I'm like, yeah, I guess like they've been together for 8 years, so maybe 8 years ago it was a little crazy, or maybe the first time she ever went to Vegas with him, it was a little nuts for her, but she's been now. Every time he goes, she's goes.
Sorry.
That's okay. So, but she's just so sweet. She really is. And I'm so
It's
happy.
crazy.
I'm so
Like
happy for both of them.
they met in college, and I'm sure it was in a normal setting, but it's like I'm sure when she saw the Vegas events, or when they were at Havenhurst, how we feel about Prince.
Yeah,
Like he is truly an extension of his dad, and we
truly.
get so excited to see him, or any of his siblings for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember the first time meeting Prince. Well, I met him technically the real first time is when he was younger, but I mean like really got to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I hugged him in such a mama bear kind of way. I was so excited. I'm like, oh, like I never thought I would talk to him. And then the bonus is like to have met Molly in an intimate setting, so that like it, especially the first, not the first Thriller nights, but technically it was the first open to the fans to that level. It
Mm-hmm.
was so intimate. So then it's just like they got to like like observe us and see us, and like see how it just worked out the way it worked out really well. But you're right, they're perfect for each other. They're
They,
so
and
perfect.
I love that they have been together that long. And I don't know. It's just I just feel like that they're meant to be. They know everything about each other, and they are just such sweet people. And
Yeah.
yeah, and I was telling my family because the meet and greet with them was before the 6:30 showing of Cirque du Soleil. So me and Betsy, my friend, if you don't know Betsy,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we were standing talking with Molly and Prince, and my mom and my two aunts were coming in. So I went out to get them because I had their tickets, and I was thinking in my head, like, I really hope that Prince, because everybody was going to the theater. I was like, I really hope he's still there so I can introduce him, because my mom has been with me since day one, obviously, the whole Michael thing. And so I brought my aunts up and my mom, and I was able to introduce. And for me, like, I was just like, this is so weird, because I have this one life where I followed his dad around and saw him when he was 4 and 5 years old, giving him gifts every day. If you would have told me then that I would be able to call him and text him and talk to him and have this relationship with him 20 years later, I would have been like, are you out of your mind? So it's so surreal for me. So the fact that my mom got to meet Michael Jackson's son, to me, was so awesome, because she's been to Michael events with me. And like when I was still living there, my parents would have dreams about Michael because that's how much I talked about him. And now she was there being able to meet his son. So it was really cool. It was a cool
Which
moment.
is truly special. There's something really amazing about Prince.
Mm-hmm.
And there's other Jacksons I want to give like, a similar energy to. Taj is super sweet.
Mm-hmm.
TJ, um, Latoya. I have some amazing stories of Latoya, even like the whole thing with Leah, the thing that I saw off camera, and I'm like, oh, these people are built different. They're
Mm-hmm.
really kind to their fans, and when they get comfortable with you, which is rare, you see even another side of them. Like
Yeah.
they really have an appreciation for us. And of course, not all Jacksons are the same. I don't want to lump them off like it's a one size fits all. It's not. but in general, considering how famous they are, they're a lot more humble than some social media people.
Way more humble.
Like way more humbler.
You
Like
know, if you walk by Prince on this, you would never know. You would never know. The only reason you would know in Vegas is because he had bodyguards. But if it wasn't an MJ event, he could walk around Vegas like he was just like us. I mean, he is like us, but you know what I mean. So he's
well,
so
I
humble.
know from previous fans, like other vet, if there's not an event, they might walk around Vegas with no guards.
That's what I mean. Yeah, they had to
Like
at the event, but yeah.
yeah, but I always tell y'all, please keep calm so like you can have a better experience.
Yeah.
Like I saw some of that Gary footage. I can't wait till y'all talk about the Gary stuff. But I was like, y'all were doing a bit much. Like I was like, we want the Jacksons to come back. Don't scare them. Like, and I get it. Like I remember I met Prince in Paris and be the first time. It wasn't Gary, but one day I'm going to release the real situation. It was a little crazy. And I got to give Michael's children, all three of their children, props because BG's like tiny at this point. And it was a lot of fans. It was overwhelming. And then when I saw the footage years later, I went, I survived that. But shout out to my whole crew. My whole crew stayed calm the whole time. We made sure that we didn't like overpower the children or nothing. I was like, they're kids. Like, what are we doing, bro? But
yeah.
So I'm like, was there anything that stood out from the experience, either Kim or Jen, about the Vegas versus, because I know Kim goes a lot, from other Michael Jackson celebrations on his birthday?
What stood out to me is the fact that they didn't mention anything about Prince even being there. And when we first went to the brunch and we're mingling, and that's when I met Jenny. I walked up to, hey, because I recognized her from Popcorn Planet and other places, and she was like, I love your outfit. I was like, well,
Oh yeah, this girl's outfit was amazing. I won a Bengals. Everything she had in the Lions, I need it in the Bengals. But go on, it was amazing. There it is. And she had a blue football that was all rhinestoned out purse, a blue football rhinestone purse. Her jersey said Jackson on the back, and her friend put rhinestones all over it. I kept talking about her outfit to her. Like, that's all I talked about.
No, it was amazing outfit. I was like, okay, I see you, Kim. I see you. You ate. You did your thing on it.
I went to so go to the NFL fine, and you custom put whatever you want on there, like the numbers and the name. So I think for like cost me about $90 something.
Worth it.
Sure.
Okay. I totally interrupted your question. I'm sorry, but her outfit was like amazing.
She helped with my TikTok video. She was so if anybody's seen my TikTok that I did for the birthday celebration, Jenny is the cameraman that helped me out with that. And what happened was, I just remembered, like I said, standing out that they were very quiet and mum about who the mystery guest was. And then another thing, I went live, but we all do. You know how you go live from inside the...
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
That was all Karen's fault.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, we're gonna ask that nobody takes pictures and post it until it just then while I'm going live, like, look, guys. Then she was like, and please don't go live. I was like, oh shoot.
It was when they brought out the diamond plaque for Off the Wall. Yeah. So Karen brings it out and unveils it, and like it's just sitting there, and then she says, and could everyone please not post pictures or take videos until we make a post? She should have started with that.
Right.
So Kim was like freaking out because she was going live. So I had to get her phone and make sure like it didn't stay on her page. But Karen should have said that because Kim, you weren't the only, I know you felt bad, but everybody was taking pictures and stuff.
I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I hope nobody said, I'm sure maybe one or two people saw it, but I'm like, dude, she didn't say anything.
Mm-mm.
But like I said, it was an air mystery. They kept everything close to their chest. Um, this particular birthday celebration. And
They
another,
did, which I think that's what led some of the fans going to Gary, Indiana.
Hmm.
But go ahead, and continue.
also too, they switched up the show. They put new elements into the show. New visuals.
Nice.
So they did that different. So I don't know what they're gonna do for next year's show, how they gonna top that, but yeah.
And the
Oh,
cast of MJ1 did a whole what song did they dance to?
I can't think of
It was from Off the Wall, wasn't it? They did a whole
who was
number just for the birthday. So that was fun.
oh yeah. And two, I found out also that did anybody know that Jackie and them was there? They said
Mhm.
Jackie Sons was there too.
Jackie wasn't there. His wife and his two
His
twin
kids
boys were
were
there.
there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I was standing, that's when I was bringing my family up. And right when like my family came up behind me, they went up to Prince. And I was like, why do these people look so familiar to me? And that's when Betsy told me, and I was like, oh yeah, duh. So yeah, it was they were there because Jackie wasn't Gary.
I saw a picture though of Jackie's in the theater though. Like one of the mini posts. I could have swore.
Mm.
Maybe I'm tripping, but I could have swore I saw because I'm thinking because I remember people from Gary was talking about how quickly they dashed out.
Mm.
And you know what I'm saying? But then the
I don't
fan
think he was there.
you probably right. I'm just saying it. I don't know. It just seemed like he host or something, and it seemed like I don't know. I'm probably
He
hallucinating.
was in Gary both nights. I mean,
Oh,
both dates, the 29th and the 30th.
okay then. Well, it was his. Okay, you're right. I'm like,
But
man.
that was cool though that some of his family was in Vegas. Like,
Because they live there, don't they? Doesn't
I believe so. You're
I think
right.
so. I think so.
So I'm like, I think this is one of the biggest Michael Jackson birthday celebrations we've had in a very long time. Like, no matter what state you were in, there was so many Michael Jackson like if we could do everything that was going on, we would be here for like many hours.
What I wonder
Um, huh?
if the estate had anything to do with the Gary thing, too.
Oh, I doubt it.
No,
That I
I
doubt.
doubt it.
Probably had a hand in that.
I think the only part the state had part of was just Vegas. But
Yeah,
look at
because
the
they were
turnout.
there. Karen and and Bronco was there in Vegas.
Okay.
But I like though, like, we have most of the things that's ever happened, most of it is fan driven.
Mm.
I mean, I'm glad the estate does stuff too, but it's, if you want something to really happen, you kind of have to create it yourself. Especially in the Michael fandom. Like the state is lucky in the sense that the fans go so hard for Michael Jackson, like so hard.
Yeah, or there would be literally nothing.
Not like nothing. Nothing. No, it's like the fans drive a lot of this. But it was nice though. The estate, they did something for the brothers. Shout out to DJ Spinner, Renee. There's so many the Who's Bad people. There was so much going on. Like,
Mhm.
I'm kind of sad I couldn't do anything. Money's not there. Like I said, I didn't feel safe going to a party by myself, but at least I can say my city had something. You know what I'm saying? So that part's really cool. And I'm like, I knew I should have went to Vegas. I felt it. I was like, oh, but it is what it is. I was here in New York watching Jaws, and I ain't gonna lie, I was very happy to do at least something to represent Michael in that way. Because then people learned there was a Jaws Michael Jackson connection. So that was kind of cool. And that's my point too. Like, if your money's not there, my money wasn't there. I wasn't there. It is what it is. Make
Yeah.
the best out of the situation. Do it
Go
online.
when you can go, and yeah.
You know what? Save up for next year then. Put
Honestly, unless I get a way better job or way big, like there's no way I can go to any event. Like, that's how bad inflation is in New York. Like,
even He
Like
just
I am so behind in bills right now, and it's like there's nothing I can do until like my money changes for real. The
oh,
only
okay.
thing I can say for those who are following all my socials, I post 2 to 10 times a day. I have so many handles. I'm doing my part. I just gotta wait till those doors open.
Yeah.
Cause
They
I'm like,
will.
I'm working hard.
Because that's what I did. Look, I went through Expedia, through what's that app called Afterpay? I did that.
That's smart.
I did like my jersey, I had that done around January, the first of the year. I mean, it's like I do things in increments. That way it won't take like it won't be such a bite out of my expenses, because I do little by little by little by little, and then by the time the trip rolls around, I'm ready to go.
In Vegas is the most expensive I've ever seen it in my entire life right now.
No, and that's supposed to be the cheap place, girl.
I
Do share so people know what to expect for next year.
yeah,
I mean, so my family and I all drink Coke products, and the whole strip is owned by MGM, and they have a contract with Pepsi. So if we wanted to get a bottle of Diet Coke, which we only got like 4 all week, it was $7 for one bottle of Diet Coke. I just bought 12 cans of Diet Coke for $6.99 the other day. Like,
you know
a,
what? Go off the strip. That's the only way.
Yep.
Like if
I know, but if most people are on the strip, and like back in the day, you could get a freaking burger and fries for $7. My sister and I were gonna split a burger. It was like $36 for a burger somewhere. Everything is so expensive. It is so slow out there right now. So
I paid almost $40 for a soda and a slice of pizza
That's
oh,
that's
at the New York. Yep.
crazy.
that's
This was
ins-
in June.
well, you know what? The truth be told, shoot, they getting about that expensive here for like just what did I pay for? I got me 2 pieces of chicken at Popeyes, a drink, and that was pretty much it. It was like 2 pieces. No, and one of their little small size. That cost me like $16, almost $17.
it's crazy.
I'm like, what kind of birds are these?
Oh, that's really bad.
It's
Because
Oh,
bad.
always
You have
tell
to take
people,
transportation everywhere. So then you're adding on
mhm.
Ubers and taxis and
but you know what?
admission to everything. It's expensive, and all the Ubers were saying how slow it is out there. And
Go as a group. That's all I can say. Go as a group, because that's what I did. I went with a group, stayed with a group. We all put our money together. We all,
mhm.
Uber together. His name is Dexter, but he goes,
I know Dexter. Him and I go back to 2000.
yeah,
We stayed in the same hotel room in Madison Square Gardens.
is the master of planning and doing like budget and stuff. Oh my God. Would probably should have been super expensive for me or for everybody else. What was cut in like half, a fraction, because it was all of us. And he's a diamond member at Hilton, so he
Mm,
like good discounts on rooms and stuff. That's what I'm saying. Do it as a group. Get with our group, maybe,
Mhm.
because we're definitely planning for next year, and go get with our group, and the more the cheaper.
Well, in my case, I'd have been. It just wasn't in the cards for me this year. But
it's okay.
the cool thing is, so I got stuck in New York, and then I discovered my love for film. And honestly, like I would dress up for every film. People don't know that I dress up for almost every freaking movie I've ever seen. And then I made it a thing on YouTube and TikTok, and slowly it's becoming big. Actually, it's bigger in person than it is on social media. Like people stop me in New York all the time now. And I'm like, to make a New Yorker stop and tell your outfit is cute is like the biggest flex ever. Cause you're just like, what? So I think I stumbled on a niche by accident,
Hmm.
getting stuck. Cause I was like, well, I'm not going to do nothing. I go to the theater, I think it's $5-10 a shot. And let's do a fan event, which is rare I do those. But the point is something good came out of me being still. So I was like, no,
Yeah.
I was supposed to be in New York for whatever reason. And then it turned out to be And I get to live through you. I love when people post their stuff. Like I was like, New York, I was disappointed that y'all didn't post. We gotta do better. Cause
How many people, do you know how many people showed up for the New York event?
I know at least 10. And
Oh,
I was
Oh,
surprised I didn't see one picture.
low.
Not one picture. I was
Oh,
like,
wow.
that's weird. Just throw at least throw a picture up so I could share the pictures. But whatever. I guess some people are being more private about what they're doing. I don't know. Maybe
Sorry,
maybe they got. Sometimes people do photo dumps like weeks later, but
Mhm.
I don't know. I think it's part of the legacy is showing the world we still celebrate him. We don't want to
Mhm.
forget him. Just we don't want to forget Tito either. Tito's birthday's coming up and his death anniversary is coming up. We don't want to forget what the Jacksons have done and sacrificed to have the level of entertainment they've been providing for decades. So it's
Mhm.
like, and I think the big flex is how nice they are to the fans. That's what makes them special. Cause like, okay, you're talented, but are you nice to your fans?
Mhm.
Absolutely.
right.
Okay.
I want to show something real quick.
Hey,
And
Stacy.
That's my sister.
then,
Hi, Stace. She
No,
called me. I hung up on her twice and I said, I'm doing this YouTube live. Watch it if you want.
hello? Yeah,
we're still missing
I
one
want to show you
person. So I don't know if we should move forward or just stay in Vegas because the main person,
something real
my
quick and then
partner, is MIA.
What were they
oh,
going to talk about, Gary? Or
Well, Gary and King of Popcorn, because I mean, again, I'm not there, so I can't wing it. So I mean, both Jennifers went to King of
we
Popcorn.
we met in person?
yes, finally.
I never even realized you guys never met yet.
No?
No.
a gadget. Can y'all
Yes.
hear me?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay. I didn't know. I just want to show you something reall quick, and then I'm gonna have to hop off because I gotta get ready for tomorrow morning. But
No
this is
worries.
what my shirt that I wore for a little dinner in Vegas. A little
Ooh.
call this like a Hawaiian themed
Oh,
shirt,
it's
and I
super
had
cute.
I love
Michael.
it.
I
Do you
love
remember the
it.
And
website?
I got it from Amazon.
Oh,
Oh,
no
No
And
way.
way.
Kim, please
type
send me the link so I could throw that in the Amazon storefront.
yeah.
Oh
No,
and we
my
can, because I'm sure
God.
you can, everyone could pick a different picture, whatever picture they want, you
right.
know?
It, yeah, it's like you could put your pets, you could put your family, you could put, I'll
Oh,
show you the
snap.
one because of course I look at the what they call it, I
Reviews?
look at the to make sure that, and this so far is pretty good quality. So I'm going to upload well, I'm gonna send it to her over on her Instagram. That way she could share it that way. Because my phone is about to die too. But Jenny,
No,
this
it's
is me.
awesome. Isn't that
Uh,
awesome?
that is, can you get closer?
Isn't that awesome?
That
What
is
what
so
year
awesome.
what year is that?
That's 1998 when he came to Detroit.
That is
And I got his
amazing.
autograph right there. I don't know if you could see it, but
Yeah, I can see it.
yeah. So yeah, that was 1998. And
Real
that's me with the brother.
Oh, so there's a glove up there on the picture frame.
No, it's a little paper glove we got while we was in Vegas.
You know what
And
I thought it was?
his
I
actual
just found something the other day that I used to have on my car in 2001, and it reminded me of
Mhm.
this. I used to stick it to my car window.
I
I
love
love it.
it.
That's what that glove. I
Uh-uh.
thought that's what that glove on your frame just reminded me of. I had this on my car.
It looks just like
Oh,
it too.
okay.
That's why I thought that. Yeah, I was like, wait, because I got this. Well, who knows where I got that? But I was like, no, someone else has that glove, but it's close.
I
Well,
love
guys,
us.
I'm gonna go
I
ahead and
really
I'm gonna
do.
drop down. I catch up with you all later.
No, we appreciate you. Your timing is perfect because I think another guest is about to jump in,
Hello?
and Tori's about to jump in too. But thank you so much, Kim. You are the best for holding it down because we were like, Tori can't come too late. So what do we do? But we didn't want to lose Jen again, the other Jen. So it was like, we got started.
It was nice to see you again, Kim.
Nice chatting with you, and thank you for sharing.
No problem. I'll catch up with you all later.
All
Have a
right,
good night.
Kim, thanks
Bye. Good
again.
night.
All right, we're gonna have two more guests. We're missing a lot of people today, but we're just gonna wing it. Whoever can make it. Just give us a second. We are waiting for my partner, this girl here, and then a new person supposed to jump in a second. Also, let me send Leah the link.
That was so nice to see Kim. I didn't know. It's funny when like I just met her for the first time at the brunch, and she showed me like her Instagram page, all her drawings, which are amazing, and I could not get over her outfit. And so that was really random that she just joined the chat, of all people. I didn't talk to many people there that I didn't know, but like she came up and introduced herself, and that's funny that she was just here tonight. So
right. I sent Liam instead of Leah the link. Sorry, Liam.
you can unsend it, I think.
Oh, okay.
Was it on Instagram?
Instagram, you're right. I'm going to send it. Thank you.
Okay.
He'll be like, what the heck is this for? Now that I mentioned it, was Liam there? Well, Liam, we miss you. I was like, wait. But we have a new face, but she knows how to burn a dance floor very well. The lady of pop herself. How are you?
Hi. Good. It's so late, you guys. I don't know how you keep your eyes open, Trish. You do so much.
No, when you ever see me in person, you'd be like, damn, she looks tired. Yes. And my coworker the other day goes, you look really tired. I go, I am.
You say thank you?
No, I'm fine with it. Like sometimes I'm at work and you can make two choices. Either like if I loved what I did, then I wouldn't work so hard. But I'm like, my job's not even going to exist 5-10 years from now. I'm in retail. So I'm like, my only other thing is to hustle. I love YouTube. I love TikTok. I love all this stuff. Tired or not. So I'm going to show up.
I bet it doesn't feel like a job too. It's a passion,
It doesn't. Like I'm like, there are things I don't like to do. Like I don't like editing vlogs anymore. That's why you don't see them no more. I love vlogging. I don't like editing them, but everything else I love. Daggone it. Leah, do me a favor. Can you message me too? For some reason, I'm not finding y'all. And I actually message Leah all the time, and I'm like, what are we doing? But we're just waiting for my awesome partner, and she'll be in next. But we're going to segue into, let me get Vegas out of here to get the links out of here. We move from studio. We are doing, oh, actually, I have to wait for my partner. She has the rest of the presentation.
She has what?
So me and Tori did the presentation separate, so it wouldn't be such a heavy workload.
So she has that part.
I was like, holy, all I have is this. Wait, this is all I have for y'all for the other places. Gary, Indiana. Well, actually, we could start talking about Gary since Lady of the Pop is new. Stranjaya, take it away. First of all, have you ever been to Gary, Indiana?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And you see the pictures, you see the videos, you see all that, but like going and being in that environment is such a totally different experience. So it was, I'm still tired. I'm still tired, but oh my God, it was worth every second.
So everybody wanted me to go in Gary. I just want to give a disclaimer. Someone was willing to pay for me to go down there, but I just didn't feel comfortable taking such a generous gift. But I
Yeah.
know Gary's kind of pricey because they don't have a lot of resources. Did you share a room or did you do your own thing?
No, no, I did my own thing. Obviously, everyone was there collectively, but I think for the most part, the group that I was with, we kind of did our own thing.
Yeah. I was just like, I saw, so we went to Gary, well, I only went twice, but back in the days, the sisterhood used to go almost every year. And they used to tell me the stories they did to be there, like 20 people in the room. Like they used to go hard to get there back then. But I have to admit, Gary looked like they elevated a lot of stuff. Like my favorite part was like all the album covers all over the place. I was like, what?
Mhm.
So what was the good and the bad, and if there was anything that you think needs improving on?
Okay, so it's to my understanding that they will be doing this next year, according to the mayor. Um, So the one thing that I will say is that it felt like a family reunion in some form. Everyone being together, meeting people that I haven't met before, being around people that I've known for a few years now, and sisterhood, brotherhood, family, and all that kind of thing. But what my only I'll say, I don't even want to say complaint because I had such an amazing time, and I think I could speak for a few of us that were there as well, is that as far as Gary goes, it felt like a block party. It felt like a
Nice.
block party, not a Jackson/Michael block party, if I can say that. So I hope that next year they incorporate more Michael/Jackson's kind of vibe. But I mean, like I said, the vibe was there. It's just that I don't know. It felt like a block party rather than a Michael/Jackson's block party. But nevertheless, a time was had. A
Someone
time was
told me
had.
that they played. I think someone told me that they were playing a lot of like non Michael slash Jackson
Yes.
songs. And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
probably why people felt that way because that's what you want to hear, especially on his birthday. And
Hmm.
so someone told me that I don't even remember who it was, that was their only complaint was that they were playing non Jackson songs on Michael Jackson's party.
Yeah. 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 And I believe there were two main DJs. I believe. Well, one of them was DJ Caesar. I hope I'm saying that right. And obviously DJ Kid Capri. He was one of the headliners as well. And like I said, mind you, there was Michael/Jackson music played, but it was like thrown into the mix of things.
Mhm.
And me being the person I am, when DJ Kid Capri came down, talked to fans and took pictures and all that. And I got my picture. I was like, DJ Kid Capri, you gotta play some Michael. You gotta play some Michael. And he was like, I did. I like, no, it's his birthday. You gotta play some Michael. And when he got back up there, he switched into like a little mini Michael set for like the last, I want to say, 5 minutes of his set. So it was really good. It was good. Like I said, they could have incorporated Michael and the Jacksons more into both of the days, but a time was had nonetheless. I'll say that.
I'll be honest, DJ Spinner would have been better, but he had his own event. So even if they were willing to pay for him to be out there,
Hmm.
DJ Spinner knows that family's catalog like
Hmm.
extensively well. Like it's like I hope someone sees this video, even though we're like 1 hour and 43 minutes in. There's someone says, hey, like at least for me, especially on Michael's birthday, I have to admit, play the Jackson music,
Yeah.
Janet. You could throw in Tito Jackson. You could throw in
Yeah.
Austin Brown. You could throw. We have Jafar. Like this is a big ass.
The catalog is extensive.
Like come on now, y'all can do it.
Well, the
Hmm.
But
thing is, they had the day for Michael, and then they had a Jackson day. Why not do that?
Mm.
Why not on Michael's birthday play mainly Michael, some of the Jacksons, who obviously who was part of the group, but then on the Jackson day play the entire Jackson family catalog. That's what I was expecting. That's what I was hoping.
I
Like I
think
was
Hmm.
that's
hoping
what
to,
everybody should just expect. Like that's what I
yeah.
think everybody would be wanting.
especially if you're
Hmm.
heavily promoting it as like a Jackson block party or Michael Jackson block party. You just expect like their music, and everybody was dressed up in like the MJ gear. Like everybody was there for
So
Michael and the
everybody knew the
Jacksons.
assignment. Hold on,
Yeah,
y'all. I'm just gonna throw in Tori. Tori!
you made it.
Tori!
I was about to take this as one of the moments is like, you're not supposed to, you're not meant to be somewhere. I said, maybe I'm not meant to be on
No,
tonight. I
no.
was about to log off.
First of all, I'm gonna give a shout out to Jenny and Kim for holding it down because we knew we had to like stretch this out. Jenny had the best 9/11 story ever. I'm thinking like
Absolutely.
we might have 10, 15 minutes. No, Jenny was like, she really connected like everything about the day, the Michael legacy mixed with the human elements. I was like, Jenny is a lifesaver because we knew we had to stretch out time. We were like, where's Tori?
Thank
Where's
you.
Tori?
Thank you. You're welcome.
With like, a program. I was like, thank you, Jesus. And then we were like, when we got to Vegas, I said, oh my God, Tori's still not here.
But the thing is, I was here when she was showing the booklet. You just didn't see me.
Oh, I didn't know if you were in the car, if you were driving home. So I was like, oh, you probably didn't get the link, but it worked out because we got some great stories and, different perspective of probably the best Michael Jackson birthday week in history. My opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I could agree with that 100%.
I was like,
Across the board.
right, because it wasn't just New York. It wasn't like it was spread out. It was just everywhere. I was like, whoa, that's
Hmm.
what's up. So that was the feedback about the DJ. Someone wrote about another DJ that was there. Was the main DJ. He played a bunch of Jackson stuff, and I've known him since elementary. Let the DJ know though, we are hardcore fans. Y'all can play the Jackson
Hmm.
sound. Or like how DJ Spinner does, it'll be Jackson stuff or things that sample Jackson's stuff. So it'll be like SWV, Naughty by
Right, right.
Nature. But in other words, we just want that whole set to be Jackson or Jackson
We don't
sample.
want to hear any if their name's not
Right,
Jackson,
right,
we don't want
right.
it.
We don't want where them fans at? Where them
Oh
fans
my
at,
God. If I
Paul?
hear that
Like,
song one more time, I swear.
Because I was
I
like, I don't think
heard
they
both days.
especially their catalog. Like my favorite era of the Jacksons, surprisingly, is the 70s. Because I know this is weird because I was born in the 70s, but my mom only had the greatest hits, Jackson 5 Christmas, and maybe ABC. Michael passed away, and I discovered all their 70s stuff from the Jacksons
Mhm.
and Jackson 5. Oh no, heavy rotation, please. Heavy rotation. Like that
Mhm.
stuff is amazingly classic. But it still has stuff like it's just amazing. And then like people are discovering Michael's off the wall stuff, and you see people just like dancing to the music like it just came out. Like it's just I can't sonically their albums are amazing. Like and this stuff is like what 30, 40, 50 years old now, and you're just like, wait, what? So yes, make sure whoever's the DJ next year, please learn the catalog. You have a whole
Yes,
11 and a half months to
yes.
learn it the way we learned it, because even us Gen X people were children, like toddlers or not even born yet. So we're still like, oh, we love it all. Like we embrace it all. And some of y'all are even older and you like grew up with it for real. But the point is, play it. The little kids love it. Michael's Jackson 5, this stuff is timeless. Play or everything.
Well, and the event was for Michael Jackson's birthday, on Michael Jackson's birthday, and it was Michael Jackson's brothers and 2300 Jackson Street and Michael Jackson's best
Yes.
friend. Why would you not think everybody wants to hear Michael's music?
Yeah,
Right, right.
exactly.
And even
That's
if
how,
they're
And
afraid people don't know it, trust and believe like us going to these events and seeing the fans who do know it with the dances and the outfits, it changes how you hear the music moving forward. And you're like, oh, like honestly, there's some songs I didn't like as much until I started going to MJ events. And I was like, oh, I love this song now. Because you'll see people on the dance floor, you'll see the outfits, just the whole everything about
mhm.
it. So I'm just saying in the future, um, Jenny from the block. How was your Gary experience? Have you been there before?
Never, ever, ever. So this is my first time ever going to Gary, and it was special. Um, so I was supposed to go to Vegas, and once this was announced, I done switched my plans around and went to Gary. So it was amazing, but it was mainly because of everybody that was there. I think the group that we had together made it their own thing, made it amazing. And like Lady of Pop said, it just that only clip that they didn't have the Michael music and the Jackson music playing, that was a bit disappointing, but it was great. And hopefully you'll know they'll learn for next year, just to play more Jackson stuff. But it was fun. It was nice. I don't know who they might bring though next year because they already brought the Jackson. So I don't know who can they beat with that next year.
Listen, if they want to flex, they could always bring they could bring Jafar
I
Jackson.
was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
They could bring Jafar. They could bring Jermaine too.
but you
There's other living Jacksons. They can bring Janet.
but do you
Like,
guys think it will happen though? They're just so private. Next year's gonna be so big for him.
Oh, that's
You
right.
know?
Oh my gosh.
we don't
Yeah.
we don't know. We don't know. Like, I've only met Jafar 1.5 times. I'll explain the half in a second. I can't read him. All I can say is my interaction with him at the house was really, really cool. Um, but I don't know him, if that makes any sense. You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's two sections of Jin, what do you call it? Second gens. So second gens, like the three T's, Prince is the exception to what I'm about to say, Austin Brown. So the ones that are a little bit older, like Siggy and them, they really get the fandom, like really get it. The ones that are younger, I'm not gonna lie, they do put more boundaries, with the exception of Prince. Even though Prince, that's what a boundaries, but Prince has more of you could tell he owns the legacy and how to treat the fans, if that makes any sense. The younger ones, I'm not gonna lie, they do put more boundaries up. Like you could hear a no. With a nice no, but there's more. Like I said, I don't know Jafar enough to know, like, will he be able to handle what his dad has
Oh
done?
yeah.
I mean, I'm not lying though, right, Jen? Like they are more, and I get it. Like I respect people's boundaries, but if y'all want the accolades and that legacy like your uncles and parents, you got to figure out a balance of how to make it work, because that what makes a celebrity a superstar. How you treat your fans. Taylor Swift is a good example. She treats her fans phenomenally. Look at the numbers she's reaching. You know, that's not a coincidence when someone's legacy is so big and they're so good to their fans. It's not a coincidence. Like I said, I don't know the younger ones like I do but you know, I am a fly in the wall. I do see things. I ain't gonna say everything I see, but I have noticed there is a difference of the younger versus the older, with the exception of Prince. Like Prince is the only young one that operates more like 3T and Siggy and Austin. It's just different energy, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I mean, I would like to see Jafar. I hope Jafar understands what shoes he's filling in, period, as a Jackson, period. And you're playing your uncle and you're also Jermaine's son. So there's no pressure, but there's pressure, if that makes any sense. Like, you know, and find your own lane. Like us fans will adapt to how each individual is, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But Jafar, we would like to see you, just throwing it out there. Or if not Gary, MJ1.
It's crazy
That
to think that in a year the world will know who Jafar Jackson is. When we talk
yeah.
about this in a year, it's gonna be completely different with around him.
Yeah.
That's all. I was just thinking like how his life is about to change.
I know.
Drastically.
And I think the disadvantage though to like Paris, Jafar, who else is making me that on social media, like the Jacksons have it, but Marlon's not even on it. When's the last time you saw Jermaine? You know what I'm saying? Like them, first gen knows we're not even messing with this. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, like, and that's actually a disadvantage because it does mess with your mental health. Trust me, I'm on social media. So you're like, whoa. Oh, Brandy's another one. She's actually in between, you know? She's like in the middle of the second gen. She's like, but she's amazing though. Every time I see Brandy, super, super sweet. Super, super sweet. So
Ditto.
so
I didn't get to see her. I think maybe Tori and Jen did. I think because people were flocking back and forth between Roosevelt and 2300. So I didn't get to see Brandy.
hopefully in a future event, she's super, super, super sweet. Like, and if she does recognize you, she'll actually let you know. I'm like, you didn't have to do that. So technically, this section is belonging to Tori. So I'm going to actually let Tori be the host and speak moving forward because she has the presentation. I just went through her slides and I'm like, there's no way I can navigate through all that. So Tori, you can't control it though, right?
I can.
All right. So I'm just going to be quiet. Actually, I'm going to go to the bathroom and actually get off the stage for a little bit. But I promise I'm around, right? I can take myself off, right? Yeah. All right, y'all. Tori, my partner, will take over. I'll be back on the stage in a few minutes, though. But I'm hearing you guys in the background.
I can't put it up on the screen though.
Oh, I have to. No, it is up. I messed up. There we go. I'm trying to get myself off, though.
What a day. Well, this is awkward. Well, I guess we get to the block part. I mean, y'all covered pretty much everything, but oh, I can't put comments on the screen now. So I'll just refer to things. Yeah, this started out as a hope. Now they didn't get it from us. It's just ironic that it happened. So it was back in 2022, December, and I was on a New Year's Eve live with Trish and Melanie Freeman. The one who did like, a lot of events and stuff and had the Michael Jackson fans of New York fan club. We were all on there talking about, like Thriller Challenge and things we hope to see for the new year. So I just like, as a passing comment, I was just like, I want to see block parties. And it was almost as if Trish read my mind. She said it needs to be in Gary. And I was like, yo, that's what I was thinking. That's crazy. So fast forward, I think it was Rocky who sent the flyer. And wait a second.
Did you want me to play this clip? The beginning where you said it? My bad.
Oh, oh, yeah, that's fine.
All right, now I'm going back. Bye.
Yeah, because I haven't seen it.
Well, I can't put the thing back on the screen. I don't know. I hope this is not copyright. Da 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 da. Gotta talk over it. I would love to see block parties. Like I would love to see a Jackson family block party.
Oh,
like
I would be
all their music.
Even if they have it in Gary and Dan,
That's crazy.
That's what it should be.
Yeah. Oh, copyrighted music.
Yo.
So did somebody next say, and you know what? Chris Tucker should host it. That would have been crazy.
The thing is, I wasn't even thinking that it was gonna be like, put a lot. I was just thinking like some fans come together. We get on, in front of the house. There's a DJ playing Jackson music. We dress up like the Jacksons or Michael or Janet or somebody, and we just dance to the music. So that's just what I was thinking. But they took it a step further. So it was something that I forgot about. And then when Rocky had sent that flyer, I was like, yo. Because like
Manifestation.
Jen, Vegas too.
Manifestation, power of the tongue is real.
I thought somebody was lurking. I was like, Lord, they sat through that live because it was like at the almost 3 hour mark. So then I had to like figure out how to do this trip, and I was asking everybody. I was like, I'm not doing this if I don't have like a group coming. So it ended up working out. I had to cancel all my Vegas stuff, but that's pretty much kind of how it was for me. And I even had a maneuver thing, so I was doing King of Popcorn, so I had to fix that, and I thought it was crazy. But I'm just glad it worked out. And like, wait, where's Jen? Did she get kicked out?
Oh, I just realized she wasn't here.
I was like, something's not right. I think Jen might have got kicked out.
Yeah, she didn't say anything, so whatever happened was an accident.
There she goes. My bad. All right.
She said, "Whoa." Okay, so I'm gonna just get into it. So getting into like where this is kind of where we first went was the house, because the line was super long. It was kind of crazy. I didn't get a picture of the house not having any chairs or anything until like the last night. And this was like set up for the press conference and everything, but I was just like, I have to get a picture of this house. Like this is the origins. And it's so weird being there. I don't know if it was just me, because it was my first time. I don't know if I've just seen it so much, or like maybe I think there's a neighborhood where I live that reminds me of this neighborhood. It felt normal. Like I had been there before. I don't know if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I told my brother the same thing. I live in a small town, just the same, and I was like, it literally looks like a street, like somewhere where we live. Like it looks no different at all.
Mm-hmm. And I think that speaks volumes, because it's just like they came from just like a regular upbringing. You know, folks want to scream, "Oh, nepotism," and it's just like, no, y'all, this is where they came from. You know, Jackie always say, what does he always say? He said, my garage is bigger than this house. Like, he never failed to say that.
Doesn't nepotism mean that you got famous because of your parents?
Okay, because somebody on Twitter was saying that
That
Michael
doesn't
had
make
nepotism because Joe Jackson had the Falcons. I'm like,
no.
What?
No.
I'm like, these people work from the ground up, and like,
Seriously.
now the next generations, their kids, their grandkids, nieces and nephews. Now they paved the way for them, to have a better life and stuff. So just seeing this house, it just speaks volumes and everything. And then next door, they bought the house next door, and you don't always see it because they put the shutters down over these pictures. But they have these two big pictures up from actually it's the same picture. They just kind of zoomed in on the one with Michael and Catherine. But it's from the Bad Tour backstage. And in this house, it's like a museum. Like they put up memorabilia and everything. I haven't been able to be inside, but like I've seen videos and stuff. Like a friend of the family was going live with Tito a couple years back. And I'm like, where is this? And they walked outside. I said, this isn't Gary. I'm like, whoa. And I heard that they might want to let people or like fans go in there or something like that, but I'm not 100%. I also heard they wanted to turn the house into something. So
wasn't there something, or I feel like years ago, maybe 10 years ago, I don't know, my friend went to Gary and paid like $15 and got to walk in the house, and it had like Jackson stuff hanging up everywhere, but now I'm wondering if it's the house next door.
It might be, what it might have been. It might have used to do this.
Yeah,
Maybe
it was it was years ago, but she has videos. She said she bought a ticket. It was expensive. She said she bought a ticket and got to go in the house. And now I'm like, well, which house did she go in?
Also, Tori, is it bigger? I mean, is it smaller than what you thought it would be? Because for me, it is. It literally looks like you walk through the front door and you're looking like right at the back. Like that's how small it looks to me.
I think I was anticipating it to be small, so it kind of didn't phase me. What blows my mind is put it into perspective that 11 people lived in that house.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm gonna be the odd one out, and it was bigger than I thought.
Really?
Yes, I don't know why. I thought it was like super, super extra small. So to
So
me, it
my
was
thing
bigger
is
than.
looking from the front, it's like okay, you're looking from the front, but when you get that side angle and you're looking at the back, I'm like, oh my God,
Let me
wow,
look
that
at
is
the video.
really tiny.
Let me
I don't
see.
know. Like it had a nice. Maybe they redid like the backyard. But I'm like, it
Uh-huh.
Mm.
even has a little backyard. Like, look at that. So maybe it's just because they did it years after. But to me, it was bigger.
Um, I'm trying to look at the video because I didn't get a picture of the side. I kind of didn't get it. I don't know. I think I was anticipating it to be small. I think what it is maybe when you go inside, you see it. You feel it
Mm.
when you're inside.
Well,
Yeah.
and I think, I mean, it is a small house, but if two people lived in that house, it would still be just a smaller house for two people. But I think because
Mhm.
11 people live there,
Hmm.
yeah, it sounds more crazy. But if two people just lived there, they would just say, like, oh, you have a cute house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know.
The crazy thing is, across the street, there's a house that's identical to this. So you kind of get a look of how the house was before it was like remodeled and stuff. Because like she said in the comments, it was like this house was fixed up. It didn't have the rows of the bushes and stuff. I think there even used to be a tree there because when I looked at pictures, there was like shade. If it looked like there was shade in front of that house and stuff. Now I took this on like it was a cloudy morning. I thought it was gonna rain honestly, but it cleared up. But it looked like there used to be a tree there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they definitely fixed it up, like the grass and everything, even the house next door. Like they keep it up, and they do not play about who gets behind that gate. We gonna talk about they do not play about
No.
that. So they also put this like monument, the tribute back up for Michael, and I thought that was really cool. And I was wondering if they were gonna do that because it was up and then they took it down. Now there is still a picture on there of someone who isn't Michael,
So ridiculous.
but it's so small. So I'm like, thank God, it's so
God,
small.
and that is so crazy to me.
See, I thought they had redone it. That's why they took it down. I thought they fixed that, but they didn't.
They
So they
put it
just
in the
took it
back.
down and just brought it back up. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's so.
I'm not gonna lie. That's the first thing I check. Is that picture still there? Wait,
He
hold
said
up.
it's still there. I said where? I'm like, oh, I see it. Because I'm not gonna lie. Back when I was younger, I thought it was, and somebody's like, "That's not him. That's an impersonator name." I said, "What?" And I
Mhm.
was so
Hmm.
confused. I said, "What do you mean? This looks just like him?" So
I understand. I understand why people think that, but like, if you're making something like that to go in front of their house, but
but I'm wondering if they picked the pictures because it's a company like on the bottom that
oh
like the
Lord.
number and everything is down there. So I don't know. I was wondering, and then I didn't get a picture of the message on the back or the messages and stuff, but it would be nice if they put one on the other side for like Tito or had like
Mm.
a plaque for him. Did I get that picture? Hold on. I don't think
I
I
feel
did.
so stupid. I didn't even look at the back of the monument. I was just so fixated on the front. There's a picture of an impersonator on the back.
Yeah.
It's
There's
Oh
yeah, there's
man.
yeah, yeah,
Oh man.
yeah.
I should have looked. I don't know why I didn't pay attention to the back.
Well, I only looked because I knew of it, like from when they first unveiled this. But it was a
Mm.
lot to take in as a first timer too. So I don't
mhm.
blame
You
you.
could just Google, Gary House Monument, like
Hmm.
fake picture or something, and you could see all of it, but you'll see what picture it is.
Now I'm gonna look at it and now I'm gonna Google it just to see
Yeah,
what it looks
Google
like
it.
because now because that's kind of wild to think about
I
actually.
mean, it's a great picture of Navi. Like it's a good picture.
Oh, it's no,
But
it's Navi.
no,
Okay,
it's
okay.
it's not. It's the other one.
ECAS?
Yeah.
Oh,
He got
Listen,
people.
I'll say this: of all the impersonators, ECAS I feel like really has that Michael look to me. But I mean, that's just me. I really like as far as looks goes. I think ECAS. He does pretty good.
Yeah. He had them people fooled in the 80s, I'm telling you, because I think that's the era. It was like, it looked like he was trying to portray like bad era or late
Mm-hmm.
bad era. So
Mm.
I think if you'll find a picture if you look them up. Let me see what's next. Oh, this picture, yo! I was like, I gotta get a picture in front of the house. I gotta get it. I made Shantae
Yes.
squat down. I said, "Can you squat?" We had plates of rib tips and everything, and I'm just like, "Can you hold this?" And then she's like, "I can't get it. Like the lighting." I said, "Just get down." Yo, I
Look
was
at the
so
sky
happy.
behind you.
Oh yeah, I was like, it actually worked in my favor. It looks kind of cool.
Look at the sun. Heck yeah, the clouds. That looks
That
amazing.
sky is beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Like even when it was cloudy, like look at the sky.
Mm-hmm.
All the time, like when we were there, well, you can't really see it at this one. There's another picture where like the clouds were just so prominent, and that's how like I'm looking back at all my pictures. Like my camera sucks, but it captured this like the sky and stuff like above the house.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Okay, this is the special guest portion. So they announced Chris Tucker and Denise Williams, and then they said Marlon and Jackie would be there, and the brothers had confirmed too. Because I know some people were like waiting to see if they would like be there and stuff. So once they posted it, they were like, okay, all right, they'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
And so they spoke when we first got there. Um, when we got to the block party, it was like a massive line. I put it in the vlog, but it was like a long line. We were like, we want to wait around. So Jen had the idea of like, you want to go to the house. So we went to the house. It was like a chance thing because like when we walked there, it wasn't that many people. It was quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of threw me off because there's Chris Tucker on the other side of the fence, like meeting the fans and stuff. And it was like, it was like a group of people, but it wasn't like as much as it was like later on, or even just a little bit after that. The crowd grew. I think everybody else was just trying to get into the block party and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just like super chill and like I'm not even focusing. They said Marlon and Jackie just went in the house. I said, huh? You didn't see it? No.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, where are y'all looking at? I didn't even know what part of the house they got in. So um I was able to speak to the mayor and Jen did too. And I'm glad we did because we kind of got like a little bit of insight. I don't know if Jen wants to talk about it or if she plans to like post it or anything. I don't want to give that away. But, I asked him, like what made you do the block party and stuff. And he said he just felt like it was long overdue. And also like he wants to help build like a good relationship with, the Jacksons and, trying to help build up uh Gary and like making it better because he kept saying like, oh, Gary has this bad reputation or like people want or make it out to have a bad reputation. And that was like the message of the whole thing. Like, people like the Jacksons and Denise Williams came out of Gary, so like greatness can still come out of that. And even at the end, I think they said they're starting up a program to help cultivate like kids and like their creative talents and the music and everything. So um that was like pretty much like what he said. It was like kind of short, but that's kind of like what he said to me. And Jen,
He
I don't know.
seems like a really cool person.
He was
Yeah.
out there. I didn't see it, but like I saw the after like the footage after the fact. He was out there playing with the kids, like because he
Yeah.
had zone and stuff.
He just looks like he was a fun-loving person.
Yeah, he seemed real down to earth.
He
Um,
he was really down to earth. Like I was surprised that he actually like started answering our questions. I, I do have to work on my vlog. It's been a hectic week.
I
But
feel you.
so I'm working on the vlog. But yeah, he was really, really nice, down to earth. Started asking like, where are you guys from?
Mm-hmm.
And very interactive with the people. And I actually, from what he said, I actually like what he's planning for Gary is gonna bring it back to life. And I'm hoping it all goes through because Gary deserves it. And he's
Yeah.
working really hard towards make a change in Gary.
Yeah. I can't wait to see because I heard one of the questions you asked. Like, ooh, that's good, but I don't want to. I don't want to say it. So, we gonna wait. Look out for Jen's vlog.
Mm.
And then Chris Tucker. When I tell you, because we know like there's some people who like to surround themselves with the around the Jackson for like personal
Mm.
gain, selfish gain, but like for the most part, the people that they worked with or they've hired or became friends with and stuff, they're real nice and they have that same thing about they have the same kind of the similar thing about them that the Jacksons do. And he was just really nice. He was signing autographs and stuff because sometimes you may not be able to get an autograph signed or something like that, or they may not have time, and he was just taking his time taking pictures with people, and it's just like
Are you
I
talking about
see
Chris Tucker?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see why Michael chose him as a friend. Hey, Hector.
What
That's
up,
so
Hector.
Hector?
cute when she did that. Oh, we're going to get into the Havenhurst one, too. I have to get that queued
And
up. Sorry.
I will say this about Chris Tucker. He did have a death in the family, as we all learned, so he really didn't have to be there. And it spoke to his character that he was there and was genuinely happy to see everyone and get into the event. So
So
big ups to
the
him.
death happened before the event?
Yeah.
Mm,
He had,
Wow,
yeah.
that's amazing. We in Vegas, we all thought it happened on the 30th or something. We didn't know that wow, so he still came out and to support them even though he was going through that. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
I think I saw pictures of him at a service or something. Maybe it was afterwards or
Hmm.
maybe after the event. So yeah, it really speaks to his character that he was there. So,
Yeah. Wow.
when I heard that, I was so shocked. And, like, I think he had to hurry up and, like, get on the plane. Because I think the picture is posted the day after or something like that. Or
mhm,
after the events. I said, wow. Like, he didn't even have to. He could have just been there, to get on the stage and talk. And honestly,
yeah,
even though he's real good friends with the family, he's going out of his way to come here. It's also kind of like work. And if you have like a passing in your family, technically you can get bereavement and stuff
Hmm.
depending on work. So he could have easily been like, I'm calling out of work. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But he did it for Michael, for the family, and for us. So like I really
Mhm,
like appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure.
And he was also very sweet, very kind, signing autographs and
mhm,
taking pictures too. So
mhm.
Yeah.
He was supposed to do a set as well, like a comedy set. So I think that kind of, considering the situation, that didn't happen. But just the fact that he was there was incredible. So
I liked when
agree.
he introduced them and he said, Mylan Jackson, Jackie Jackson, and Chris Jackson. I did laugh out loud when I heard that.
Oh yeah, that was like the pre press conference. That was
The
like right
first
after
thing.
this, and we were just kind of like waiting out there. We thought that was going to be the press conference, and I don't have a picture, but John was there too. He's a good
mm,
friend of the Jackson and stuff, and he was talking about how they supported his group, and Tito was like the first one that he got to meet and everything, and um he's the one. He's a part of Troop, by the way. If y'all don't know, they did the cover of "All I Do Is Think of You," and I just think that's so cool that they kept up with that relationship for all these years, and and he said, "Oh, they're like family. They're like family and stuff." So, and he's real nice too. I'm mad I didn't get a picture. I did get a video, but he's so nice, and like he was meeting everyone, and anyone called his name, he would come over and he would just talk like and just like chop it up with us and everything. So literally like all the guests there. Oh wait, there's one more. I can't forget. Oh, child, I didn't get a picture of I didn't get a picture with Jackie, but because Jackie kept running. One thing about Jackie, you better have your stuff ready. I'm telling you, I have to say if one thing about Jackie, you better have your stuff ready because he's gonna walk past you. It don't matter how much you holler his name. I'm telling you, they
Oh,
must have learned how to
geez.
pull things out from the Jackson 5 era because he is going. Marlon might come back around. So I kept trying to give Jackie the sticker, so that's why I didn't get a picture. And he just kept. I'm like Jackie. I'm like waving in front of him. It, when first time Marlon came around, he like he grabbed the sticker real quick and he was like, "Thank you," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And then Jackie rolled around. I pulled out the wrong sticker because it was like a Tito tribute sticker, and I didn't want to like trigger any emotions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was
Was
just
it
like,
this?
hmm? Yes, it
Was
was
it
that one. I still have some left over, so I wanted to hand some of those out. And I was like, oh no, I put that back in the bag, but it was too late. Like, you know, he was walking past us. So I just shook his hand, which was cool. And then um they went back around because that's the thing, y'all. If y'all could see, I didn't get a picture, but if y'all could see later on, we went back to the press conference. I think there was some delays because we was out there for 2 or 3 hours in the heat.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Mm,
It
We were
was brutal.
up against the fence, and it's like you move, you lose your spot. So we didn't want to move.
mm,
It was so bad. People were wearing like red jackets and like leather jackets
mhm.
and stuff. Bees were out there.
Yes. The bees were terrible.
Yes.
Oh no, that's
Yes.
terrible.
Oh,
And they had no like lawn chairs. You had to bring your own. I'm like, I'm getting on a plane. How am I gonna bring a lawn chair?
right.
So
Yeah,
they should have had some like rental chairs or something.
Yeah.
but you know what? I don't think they realized
Yeah,
that
they'll learn from this
Mm,
year.
yeah.
so many people came out of state, out of the city, out
Hmm.
of the
Mm,
country, and I
yeah.
think
Yeah.
they just thought it was going to be Gary locals, you know.
This was
So
like
Mm,
their wake up call, like, oh, yeah, people fly in for this.
Yeah. I mean, you tie the Jackson name and we there.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Hey, ladies, I hate to get off and get off. I mean, no, I hate to cut you off and leave. I have to walk my dog and go to bed. But it was nice to talk to you all again.
Thanks for
Nice
coming,
talking to you.
Jen.
good to see
Nice
you.
talking to you.
You're welcome. And
See ya.
I don't think Trish can hear me, so I'll text her. But thank you,
No, no, I'm
Trish.
right here. Right? Can
Oh,
y'all hear me?
yeah. Oh, wait. You came in. I didn't. Did you just turn your video on?
Yeah.
No, I just keep popping in and out because I'm cleaning up the living room. I
Oh,
drop a
my
bunch of
bad.
popcorn
Hey,
everywhere. So I'm like,
Trish.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
here.
Thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you ladies later.
All right.
Thank you for sharing
Bye.
your story.
Of course.
Good
Bye.
night.
Can anybody answer Angel's question real quick, and then I'm gonna pop right back
How
off.
was the accessibility?
Like parking?
No, like for wheelchairs, things like that.
Oh, ooh.
Um,
I don't think there was any like steps.
no.
Mm-mm. Not that I
It was
recall.
just it was just a football field and literally like their house. So
Okay.
and then the park like the parking area where they had like the food trucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one thing that I would say is that I feel like maybe they should have benches or like tables where you
Yeah.
can eat at, because
Hmm.
people are having to like find places. You know, I've seen some people sitting on the curb, like on the side of the school, and you know we had to eat in the car, and also maybe provide seating. There was like VIP seating at the front, like folding chairs. But when I take that security guard was strict. He
Mm.
he was not messing around. There was like one time, oh, it was a time Chris Tucker got on the stage. The crowd was just going crazy. And I heard he said, "How many times I gotta tell y'all? Y'all can't be here. How many times I gotta tell y'all? And it was just like it reminded me of like a bad school and the teacher trying to calm everybody down. It's just him. And there was this guy standing up in the chair. He said, "You can't stand up." And the next day, we were trying to walk through. I think so Jen could go to the bathroom. He made us walk all the way around. He was not playing. But I feel like maybe they should have some like chairs and stuff. Because there were some older people. We were also out there for 7 hours, and
Mm,
my feet was still paying for it. Like even
Mm.
after, it was bad.
Oh, I didn't think about this, but this is another issue that I had that I think I brought up to you guys. It was really an inconvenience to have the main area in where it was and have the food trucks and the merch and all that on the other side because you had to go out, and
Hmm.
if you come back in, you have to go back through the line, get frisked, get back, like get your
Mhm.
bags checked and everything. And it was really like if you want to go out just to get a bottle of water, if you want to go get some food or some merch, it like every time you step outside of the venue and you come back inside, you have to go through the line to get frisked. That was. I mean, I understand it's necessary. Obviously, it's necessary, but it was rough.
Yeah, I also think that maybe they should have like an area where, because I think the school got damaged. That's why they had to close it down. So I don't think anybody was getting in there. But maybe like if they could have, I don't know, some sort of portable like a tent maybe with fans or like a cooling station, charging station.
They
Um,
they could have like vendors inside in the field
Yeah,
too,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so they can also have
Everything was
that.
on the outside.
Yeah. Hey, if anybody's from Gary out here and you guys need some ideas, we're more than welcome to participate in the committee.
definitely, because I kind of wanted to. I mean, that's kind of like, I don't know. You sometimes people watch, sometimes people, and they take note, like the organizer stuff. Sometimes they watch Trisha's lives and stuff like that. So that's what we say. But these are just things to maybe help make things better for like the attendees next year, or make things more, like y'all said,
Mhm.
accessible. Um,
Mm.
so yeah, I didn't even think about that. I'm glad y'all asked that question. It was hard, like, especially if you're somebody who does have like a physical disability and stuff, and you want to
Yeah.
like be at the house and stuff.
Well,
There was no.
remember, Tori, when I met you, I had that weird walk because of my condition. So that really is important.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Because I'm like, I remember I can barely walk, and after a while, you have to sit down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, or I mean, even though I needed a wheelchair, I didn't use it, but it does has to, it would be nice if they could address that. That's a very good question, Angel, for sure.
Hmm.
And thanks for pointing out that there really wasn't accommodations. We appreciate that.
Yeah, it's their first year, so I'm hoping they, as the years go on, or maybe they go back to the drawing board and tweak things. Um, Let me see what was next. Oh yeah, and then y'all mentioned like Brandy was there. She was super nice. I felt bad because it was during like the press was asking questions and we couldn't really hear them, but like up front, I think they could hear them because they had the microphones and stuff. So Brandy was like taking pictures or video recording, and I don't know, you just hear Brandy and everybody screaming her name and stuff, and the crowd was just. I'm gonna be real. Some stuff was just kind of unnecessary.
The crowd was see, I was going to share other people's vlogs, but because of the crowd commentary in the background, I couldn't share it.
Yo, there was
Mm.
something that was like, I just posted it. I'm like, man, I feel bad. It was something I was recording, but I wanted to include it in it. And this man was cussing in the background. I'm like,
Oh wow.
yo. I think it was subtle,
Mm.
so maybe people missed it. But there was some points the mic wasn't turned up, or like this. They had Bishop Noel Jones there. They screaming for we can't hear you. Turn his mic up. I'm
Yeah,
like,
it was just like, bro, what the heck?
there was a man behind me, and he kept hollering. And somebody said, "Okay, come on, man, you spitting on me now." It
Mm.
was so. Oh my gosh! But Brandy was super nice. It was a lot going on. And then of course Denise Williams, she was one of the hosts. They also put up a mural of her. Her and Janice are right by each other, and we were just kind of standing there, and Jen asked her for a picture. So she was really nice, and she was like, "Yeah, come on, take a picture and stuff." So I'm glad we got that. She sung. She's just like, yo, I'm sorry, I love this because it was like kind of like a very like faith-based thing. Like they kept praying, they talked about God and Jesus and stuff, and that Marlon has said something that I really liked and stuff. So that's just me, and I could tell that community is like faith based and stuff. So I appreciated that. But she was so nice. Her mural is really really good. I think it's one of like her album cover pictures or something like that. And I think it was made by the same artist that did Janet. So I really love his style. And
Oh wait,
that's
one
my,
She
one second, Tori.
what's
There's
up?
somebody from Gary that might have some more insight that's going to come in for a second. Um, quick introduction, then I'm going to pop out again. All right, Mama, introduce yourself to the Jackson family space.
Hello, everybody. How are y'all?
Good,
Hello.
good.
Hello.
So my name is Mama Miss. That's like my artist name. So I grew up in Gary, Indiana. I grew up Jehovah's Witness
Okay.
in the '80s, and I've been a super super fan for a long time. But between Thriller and between Off the Wall and Thriller, they ain't had no like online stuff to like talk to other fanites. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
just glad to be here, with
Oh,
y'all and kind of connect those worlds. You feel me? So
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know where to start. Let's see. Oh, you was let me. You know what? I'm gonna let you finish your statement that you were
okay.
making about Denise Williams, and then you can, you know.
I'm gonna pop off.
Ooh, ooh,
I'm always
okay.
around, but not really. I just won't be on the thing. Just
Mm-hmm.
let Tori lead the stories, and then pop in where you guys can inject. And then, all right, I'm around though. I promise. All
Okay.
Okay.
right.
Love it.
I think that's
Hey,
what.
Tori.
Hey, hey. I think I had said everything. There's some more stuff like up next, like some closing things for this. But what were we wanting to say?
Okay, so somebody asked about the accessibility.
Mm-hmm.
So um, I have a disability. I have fibromyalgia, and then I had two accidents in the past year. I was literally packed and everything. And my daughter, who's in Indiana, because I'm in the Carolinas now. My daughter, who's in Indiana, she was like, um, "You got a lawn chair?" Because they had posts and stuff. The city of Gary had posts going out, saying make sure that you bring like it's key that you bring a lawn chair.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so seeing that and knowing how it is, because I used to I was in band, so we used to perform on that football track, that football field or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, the distance of have to walk from the parking to the football field, then not having the seating there. And I ain't a little girl, so I don't know what launcher I was fixed to get to hold all of me up for 7, 8 hours. Um, yeah, and I don't have a scooter or nothing right now. Um, and I was like, you know what? I'm hurting bad. For me to drive those 12 hours a
Oh
day
wow.
before, so or the day of, and try to do all that, I was like, I don't think it's really feasible for me. But I don't. Who was the lady who asked about the accessibility? Was
Her
it
name is Angel. She's in the comments. Angel Rebecca.
Angel Rebecca? Yeah, yeah. It was and you made the right choice because I did see where they had like, yeah, they had VIP seating. Then
Mm-hmm.
I saw they had some extra little seating over to the side, like by the speaker. But I caught that like 2 days after the thing was over, and like, Trish, I saw your video on Instagram. I'm not Trish, Tori. I saw your video on Instagram where you guys just happened to go to the house first.
Mm-hmm.
So if I already knew you was gonna be like back and forth from the house to the football field, and that ain't no small feat going back and forth,
Mm-mm.
especially a couple times
Mm-mm.
a day. Then you got to think about getting to a restroom. You
Mm.
know,
Woo,
yeah.
that was
That was a
It's a lot.
journey. That was a
and those
journey.
restrooms, the good restrooms, because they had porta potties. The
Hmm.
good
Right.
Mm-hmm.
porta potties were all the way at the back of the field. So,
Mm-hmm.
and they also had stairs, and then also there were porta potties like outside, but I think those were like so like out there, like those were easier to get to, so everybody was there. I had to use the bathroom so bad, and like I walked in when I said I made a noise or something when I went in there. I said, Lord, like Jesus be offense, and I was like, I gotta type it out. I was like,
And
dang.
yo,
So
I was
that
like,
is
we gonna have to get a what's the adult diaper or something. I don't know how because I don't do
Not a
well with smells
diaper.
and porta potties ain't my friend. I
Mm-mm.
don't like I'll
They
be done gagged or something. I don't know. So
they had the nice ones were kind of clean. I mean, the one that I
Yeah, they
used was
were.
clean, but they were far. They were a walk. You had
Yeah.
to walk through the
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
entire field. Yeah, and it was only like three of them.
They
Hmm.
were nice though. But
They
they were
were.
they were nice.
Yeah. I'll say this too. So I know Eddie Melton. We went to Purdue Cal together the
mhm.
year of 9/11. So,
Mm.
I can't say like we were close friends or nothing like that, but um we were in the same like associate group. So I've known DJ K Caesar since elementary school. And DJ K
Mm.
Caesar and Eddie Milton are of the same fraternity. So I
Mm.
Mm.
kind of met him through K Caesar. At the
Mhm.
time, K Caesar was a DJ. He was just a rapper. You know what I'm saying? He was a student and a rapper. We was all students and rappers. Yeah, yeah. Gary's got a lot of creatives, a lot of creatives.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
so yeah.
There's
Denise Williams was talking about how they're working with Mayor Eddie Melton and to bring a school there for the arts. And she said that she had been working on this for a while. And I heard things like we've heard things about the Jacksons being in Gary or whatever to make a school for the arts for decades.
mhm.
And she basically said the same thing. She was saying that she was grateful for the mayor that the city has now because he's actually working with them and making things happen. So,
Mm.
yeah.
It seems like they got a good relationship and stuff. Because I remember when he was, I think at the time he was a senator, and they were like endorsing him. I think when he wanted to become mayor, and
Yeah.
I think it's good that he's trying to build a good connection with people like Denise Williams and the Jackson family and stuff. To kind of help stuff happen and make things happen and help other people, other kids and stuff. Because what I noticed about like up north, even back in the day, there's a lot of artists that come up from the north, like that Indiana, Illinois, Ohio,
Ohio,
Michigan.
Michigan.
There's a lot. So I'm
Yeah.
I'm glad that they're doing this and stuff. And I forgot to put that. That's what I forgot to put that program in. But that's really nice that they're making that happen. Um I think that was at the end. Let me see if I put that up.
The
Okay. I
people
think
of Gary seem to really like him too. Like the people of Gary that we talked to, they really like him as the mayor there too.
mhm.
Oh yeah, they love Eddie Melton for real. Oh, and then also Mark Spencer. He's one of the guys who presented um the thing. I think it was for Tito. One of the things for Tito.
Yes, that was
Um, he's a senator now, but Mark Spencer was the music and like choir director over at Westside High School for like over 20 something years. So, like he's worked with a lot of students, a lot of family, bringing shows. I actually met Maya Angelou at Westside High School when it was under Mark Spencer's tutelage and stuff like that. So a lot of these people have been working in the community, um, and they're just now getting into leadership positions with the city to make those connections happen, instead of it just being like, oh, such and such is from Gary, or this person's from Gary. And like they were doing the main library over downtown, and the Jacksons were working with them to do the library or to make it a museum. But somehow things kind of fell through. But now that the Hard Rock is there and the Jacksons are with that, you got a museum. You can go there and you can take pictures with you know, the displays they have there and stuff. So yeah, it's a lot of different changes that we're really excited for. Even though I'm not in the city of Gary now, I'm so excited.
I have a video of him. You said the senator. He
Yeah, he's got on a white shirt.
Let me see. I don't have a picture. I think I got it. He
I
came
think
up.
I know Ron Pia got it, and then I thought you had got it too, but I could be wrong because
There was somebody that was wearing an orange shirt, I think.
he's like reading something or whatever. It was after this one though, so I think it was like right before. It
Oh wait,
was it
I do got
right
it.
before, or right after this went up.
I have it. Yeah. I think that's so cool that they're making like a Tito Jackson Day, and specifically because sometimes you got to pay attention to detail with those things. Like Janet has a day in Hawaii, and it was only I think it was only for that day of that year is what they said. And
Okay.
this one, it sounds like every October 15th in Gary, Indiana is Tito Jackson Day. So I'm
Yeah,
so
that's what it
glad
sounded like.
that they made that proclamation and everything. And like another thing, like the way Marlon and Jackie shared, what exactly happened, that they didn't have to do that, but
Yeah,
No, because we
I
really
think,
didn't know.
that was
yeah, like
heavy.
they had every right to keep that private. And I think the reason why they did that is because, like Marlon said, like they're human too, and they face tragedies and things and stuff like that as well. Just to put into perspective, like because I think some people put them on pedestals and all that, and they act like they're untouchable, or they put them too high on a pedestal and they want to make them out to be like perfect people and all that. But they're dealing with a lot of heavy stuff too, so much. And for them to come out there and meet us over and over again, and like still want to see us and all that, and put
Mm-hmm.
on smiles, that speaks volumes. Just like with Chris Tucker.
Yeah.
Indeed. I think it kind of goes back to another thing though. I know you guys were saying like it's kind of they could play more Jackson music, and I agree with that too, especially Michael Jackson music on the day of Michael Jackson's birthday. But it's it felt like a family reunion. The city
Right.
really does feel like that, and I think that's part of the reason why they shared that information is because it was like they know how much we really care, and that's that kind of vibe where they could be human, you know what I'm saying, and they can show their human nature, um and let us know, because we were kind of like hanging off the edges of our seat almost a year now
Mm-hmm.
without knowing exactly what happened, so yeah.
Yeah, and I think it just means a lot that they receive so much love from their hometown, because when they first
Yeah.
spoke in front of the house, Jackie got choked up,
Hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
I think it was just
Yeah.
one of those moments
Yeah.
where it just like hit them, like it
Yeah.
just hit them, like the appreciation and stuff. So like you said, I do agree. I feel like maybe they were comfortable enough to share that, because they felt safe in that space. They knew they would get the support and stuff. And understanding more than anything. Some people don't
Yeah.
understand. Even through loss and tragedy, some people don't understand. And they don't want to. So, like I said, I
No.
just
Speaking of the brothers, was this anybody else's first time like being in the midst of the brothers? Maybe Jen's. I mean, I don't know. It was my first time actually being in the presence of Marlon and Jackie, which was wild.
No, I had met them before, prior,
Um,
but
and
just to
you really get a sense of just how sweet and humble they are being in their presence.
but
Oh yeah.
to have met them and spoke to them at 2300 Jackson Street, that was wild to me. To
oh
be there
yeah.
at
Mm,
their hometown,
yeah.
at their house, that was a memorable experience. Like, I
Yeah.
wish I was there in 2003 to meet Michael there, but
Oh man.
that was an experience. So I
Mm,
feel
yeah.
fortunate and blessed to have met them and seen them there.
And
Yeah, I
I'm
wish
gonna
I was
share
there
my
too.
Marlon. I'm gonna share my Marlon story really quick because I'll never forget it. So it was Marlon, Jackie, and Chris. They were taking a picture with their backs at like towards the gate, and there was photographers taking pictures of them from this way at the gate of them and the crowd behind them. Well, I was for whatever reason reaching my hand out, and Marlon, no cameras could catch this, and Marlon did not have to do this, but he reached behind his back, behind Chris Tucker, and held my hand. And like
Oh
it
my
was the
god.
sweet it was the sweetest thing. Like I wasn't expecting like that to happen, but nobody could see him do this. No cameras could catch him doing this. Like it was a photo, but he reached behind and held my hand, and I was like, Marlon, stop! You're gonna
I
make
would
me
get in
cry.
shambles.
It
I mean,
was
they
so
all are like that.
sweet.
I don't want to, but they have a magic about them that is so real.
Hmm.
Um, so I've met the majority of the family, um, but I met them late. I was an adult, so
Mhm.
I never met Michael or Janet, or Randy, but I met Catherine and Reby at a Jehovah's Witness wedding 2 months before Michael passed.
Oh.
And so we're
Hmm.
at the wedding, and my daughter's there, and she's like 6. And it's this little boy that's chasing, well, it's this little boy that she's actually chasing around. and and Catherine like kind of puts her hand out and stops my daughter from running.
Oh.
And then she talked to her. She's like, you know, you're a young lady. You're a beautiful young lady. You don't need to be running around here like that. And my daughter stood there and she listened, and you know, but it wasn't like, oh, it wasn't mean or nothing like that. It was just a perfect balance. And they all are so tapped into spirit. That's the only way to really, you know, to really communicate how they are. And so for Marlon you know what I'm saying, he can feel you. They can feel your energy. And they know it
Hmm.
just the littlest thing to do, and they know that like changes people's lives. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So yeah, seeing this and seeing them being properly honored
Hmm.
in the city of Gary as a Garyite is like, I've been waiting 40 something years for this to happen. You know, so, and seeing all you guys come to Gary and feel that kind of love, I'm like, this is what I've been wanting people to see forever. Because, they
Yeah.
just think, oh, she's a cuckoo for loving her city like that. But I'm like, no, it's like, it's so many special people that come from this little steel town outside of
Hmm.
Chicago with so many talents and stuff. And it's just a love there that is kind of like, if you didn't see it, you wouldn't believe it. So, yeah.
Hmm.
There was there was so much, just so much kindness and stuff. Like I
Hmm.
Hmm.
felt like I felt like I don't know how to explain it. Like I know y'all described it as like a family reunion, so that's one way
Hmm.
to put it. But it just kind of felt like, uh, um, it felt kind of like home. Like I was saying, like I feel like there's a neighborhood here that reminds me of there. The
Hmm.
people are so nice. The people would come up to
What?
you.
Where are you at though, Tori?
Hmm?
Where you at? Where's
Oh,
here for you?
I live all the way in Kansas. That's why it was tripping me out. And I was looking around. And I was like, even at the footage, I'm like, whoa, like it's crazy. And like the
So
people,
that's
so
Midwest too, though. Kinda. It's kind of Midwest.
kind of Midwest, yeah. It's a debate. Like, we Great Plains or are we Midwest? Some people consider us
You definitely in the middle of nowhere. That's
we are. So I get it. Like when they say where like they come from in the Midwest, I'm like, yeah, I get it. But the Jacksons, like there was one incident like a few years ago. I was at a specific event, and I'm gonna say is like there was somebody working with the individual that was kind of like the special guest, and there was a fan that wanted a picture, and the person that was working with the guest was like, "Didn't you already get a picture?" And it was just like, "Oh." And so
Mhm.
to be here with the Jacksons, and because it's like they could be like, we want to make sure we get to everybody else and stuff. They would still take pictures with you. I'm sure they're probably like, I know this person got pictures with me, or a bunch of autographs of me and stuff. I kept getting selfies with Marlon and stuff, and like like Chandrea was said, he would just hold your hand, and like it wouldn't just be like greet.
Yeah. Yeah.
I took a picture with him, and then he's walking away. I didn't even think he like heard me, or like I think I was like, "Can I shake your hand?" Or like I reached for him. I didn't even think he heard me. He just grabbed
Mm.
my hand, and like it was like for 2 or 3 seconds, and I was just like, "Whoa!" Like this is so crazy. And they're just like so nice and just down to earth. Like everybody up there, like there was even some other people like that were there. Like there was some people that were kind of like distant relatives and stuff. Just so
Mhm.
sweet,
Mhm.
willing
Mhm.
to take pictures and just talk to you and stuff like that. Everybody was just nice. So I appreciate that. And we're just coming in like it's almost like we're invading, like coming from all over the world and stuff. And y'all just
Yeah.
kindness.
But I have to
And I
say,
know they
like,
didn't expect that at all.
Yeah.
no. But I have to say, Marlon is a complete sweetheart. So
Yes.
I've met him before, and he was the same way. He
Mhm.
pays attention to you. He listens to you, and he. So I didn't think he would be like that because he's just so quiet in his own world, kind of like
Mhm.
private.
Mhm.
But for him to like give you attention, and he would like if he would walk one way and he would see fans calling him, he would actually like walk back and like say hi to the other fans, and he made
Yeah.
his rounds. Jackie would just run. He would run. He's like,
Jackie's the
I'm
older
done.
brother.
Yeah, and the previous time I met him before, he was the same way too. I'm like, yep, I'm over this. Okay, not in a bad way. I'm just being silly. But he was like, okay, good. Yep, okay. But Marlon, like, no, he would take his time. So
Mm.
he definitely has won my heart over. So I have a lot of
Mm.
love for Marlon. And
It's
he
like
smells
that.
good.
It almost reminds me of Rich and Tone. Like the older brother's kind of like, all right, like I met y'all, and then the younger one, Tone, he's the one that kind of will linger and stuff. But I just think that's like
Mm.
the big brother, little brother dynamic and stuff. I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
Jackie will shake your hand. You just got to be ready. I didn't. Some people were getting pictures. I'm like, how? The man was gone.
I know, right?
How? You
Well,
just
I
got
I'm
to
was
glad
be.
I got a different experience with Jackie. I do want to preface this with a disclaimer and say that for me, Michael Jackson is my forever husband. I
Oh,
know at
wait,
one
wait a
years
minute
old.
now. Hold on.
right. He has a couple husbands.
Hold
The wives are here. This is going to get messy.
Yeah, the wives are here. The wives are
Yeah, yeah,
here.
yeah.
I just want to say, look here. I said for me, okay, and that's all. Look in y'all world, in y'all mind. Hey, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking nothing away from you. But I knew at 1 year old I wanted to marry up with Michael Jackson. I asked my mama. when she was cutting my hair when I'm gonna marry up with Michael Jackson. However, seeing that MJ has transpired, I still cannot negate how fine Jackie is. You know what I'm saying? I got to meet Jackie. He fine. But anyways, I got to meet Jackie in 2012 at the Jacksons going back to Gary at the Star Plaza in Maryville. And unfortunately I did not have a camera. But we after the thing was over, the concert, so well, Marlon, my daughter, we were at the front. So he shook my daughter's hand. Marlon shook my daughter's hand. All of them came over and shook her hand, right? So then afterward, we drive around back, and they getting ready to get on the bus, right? So Jackie goes on the bus. But I'm like, you know what? This is my chance. You feel me? I'm like, Jackie, can I have a hug? Can I have a hug? Girl, why Jackie Jackson came off the bus for Mama Missed? You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Came back up off the bus, came over and gave me a hug. You know what I'm saying? It was a little whiff exchange. And then I had this purple bag. And Jackie signed my bag. I didn't have no regular marker. It was a marker in red. It was a red marker. And you know what I'm saying? Then Jermaine looks and he seen me screaming. He seen Jackie hugging or whatever. Jermaine's like, oh, what's going on? So he get ready to try to come off the bus. I was like, but I was just like paying attention to Jackie because he was you know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry you ladies did not get the whole Jackie Jackson experience. You feel me? Yeah.
You
feel
ain't
me? But
lying though. He's fine. You ain't lying about that. He's
You are
fine.
not lying at all.
70 something and fine. Okay. And his baby,
Mm-hmm.
he got younger kids than my baby. My baby 22. He got kids that's like with a 1 in their name and their age. So apparently things is over there working for Mr. Jackie Jackson. I'm just saying.
Speaking of Mr. Jackie. So when I think it was when Keith was performing, I was on live, right? And so I'm like, and me being obnoxious, I'm like, Jackie, Marlon, I love you so much. We love you. And I'm on live, and I had got my phone in one hand, and I blow him a kiss with the other hand, and Jackie goes, I'm like,
He caught it.
he caught it. He caught it to
Girl.
give it back, honey. I was like, not giving it back to me, sir. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. I just love them so much. They're so down to earth. They're so humble. And it doesn't matter if they don't know you from nothing. They love you regardless. Like,
Yeah.
you can just tell they love their fans.
They really do.
Michael, you're my only one, baby. Just saying.
Wait a minute. I'm not cheating on my husband now. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
I feel a little sneak dissing. I feel like a sneak diss. Thank you,
Me and
Morgan. I
Chris
appreciate you.
We can listen.
I'm
We
a
keep
poet and
talking.
a
We're gonna
comedian
summon
as well.
Rocky.
What happened?
Uh-oh.
I said if we keep talking, we're gonna summon Rocky. So then
Oh,
we'll really have a big problem.
love is love. You cannot chain love. You can't do it. I'm just saying.
Mm.
So,
I mean, I
because
think the
they giving us
ultimate
so much
love
love. We just
letter.
thought we got to share them. It is what it is. We got to share the Jacksons. So,
Yes, yes.
I have to admit that
Happy
the
to do it,
ultimate
sister wives.
letter is that you guys travel so far to support
Mm-hmm.
this family. I mean, I would say most of us were either kids or weren't even born when they were around, but look at the legacy they left and the stories of how Marlon was being with y'all. Even, Jackie running is a story in itself. Like, I was surprised you guys got pictures because when we went to Gary a couple of years ago, it was almost impossible to get pictures with any of them. Now it wasn't the first gym was there, second gym was there though, and it was very chaotic. So it was just like y'all got some really good moments. Tori, I saw you put something up. This is it, right? Hold on.
When I told you
Is that
you
the
had to
moment?
have your camera on and ready, you had to have that
Mm-hmm.
bad boy ready.
Yeah.
Facts.
Trish, when you went to Gary the first time, was it the first year? Had they put the gates and stuff up yet?
I believe the gates were up. I would have to look at the footage. I'm almost
Oh.
sure the gates was up.
Okay.
This is back in 2012, and they were shooting the
Oh, okay.
Latoya
Yeah, the gates
Jackson
were up. Cool.
show. Yeah, man. I was like, and they were very protective because, like I said, Michael's kids were much younger, so they had to protect the kids. TJ was there, Catherine was there. It was a lot of Jacksons there. So,
Oh,
mm,
Oh, that's
well, I
probably
might
why.
have just missed you because okay, they had a thing at Westside High School that Latoya was that with the kids. Did you go there?
no, I went the day of his birthday, and it was just so happened the Life of Latoya show was shooting that day, and
Hmm.
Wow.
so we actually got in the footage of it. But I
Okay.
mean, a lot of family was there, like, and but you couldn't get to them. That was the thing. I was like, oh, y'all got actual pictures. That's what's up. Even though you had to be quick, you got your pictures.
Well, the cool thing is that we would be around the gate. We were on the side where the street leading up to the school is, and then in front of the house. They would make their rounds. They would be like, they're coming, they're coming. I think some people didn't understand. And so it would be like a mob of people. They would run from one side to whatever side they were at. And that would leave open spots for the spot that they didn't get to yet. So that's why I was like, y'all keep y'all spot, do not move because they're gonna come around. And they told us that. And I
Mm-hmm.
think the gate helped put up a barrier kind of, so like it probably made them feel a bit more comfortable. Because all I'm gonna say is folks was trying to run and get there. But that's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
What did you say again? What you say about folks?
There was somebody who was trying to run after him, and it did not work in their favor. Don't chase the Jacksons, y'all, especially not with a police presence, because you will get caught.
Yeah.
But I can say this much: the city of Gary did do it right by making sure that
Mhm.
they had, enough public service, people on hand. It was well organized.
Yeah.
So, and I've been to different events and stuff in different states and cities and stuff, and it was I think from what I saw, it looked like it was a great time. And when I say I had backstage access. I was on the live watching from every angle, from switching from KC's to Ron Pia to some of the
Mhm.
radio stations there in Gary and Chicago or whatever. I saw a lot, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just proud that the city of Gary got it together and that y'all were
Mhm.
able to come and have a great old time,
Yeah.
you
Considering
know.
that they probably didn't have any idea that there were going to be people coming out of the country and how many people that there were, I think that they did a really good job.
They
Like,
did.
really.
They did.
I heard people from Germany and Switzerland and Australia were there,
Hmm.
and I was
Yeah.
Australia.
Hmm.
How long is that flight?
Ooh.
you know.
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, real
I want
quick.
to tell Morgan thank you for the comment that she made, saying I was a great storyteller. So I'm a poet and a comedian. I do a little writing and singing and stuff too. Um, so, but like growing up in Gary, that's kind of like they kind of pushed you into that. So if you could talk
Mm.
anyway, like you can talk. And then I grew up Jehovah's Witness, so I had to talk to strangers.
Mm.
To sell watchtowers at 2 and 3 years old. So here we go. Shout
All
out
right,
to all the JWs and
real,
XJWs.
real quick, guys. We're in our third hour, and honestly, 2 hours is our cap.
Hmm.
So we're gonna finish up Gary real quick, get into
Mhm.
King of Popcorn, and hopefully, because Jen is co-hosting, and Jen got to get to bed.
Oh.
So, and so do I. So
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I
I was
think
like,
we
oh
all got to
no.
get to bed.
So go ahead, Tori. Sorry, I didn't
Okay.
interrupt.
So this was just like some of the moments that I loved. When Jen, like I said, we were like at the back of the field to go to the bathroom. I looked over and there was this like football field or not football. Lord, not football field, basketball court. We were in the football field, and so you had to go out, like out of the football field area and everything. You had to like walk over here. They had these big pictures up of the Jacksons. So this isn't even all of them. And on the other side, they had like a cutout of Michael and a chair where you could sit. And like I like how they put this up so we could have photo ops and stuff. And then when we were out there, I gotta highlight this. We were out there and there was like band and it
The
had strings
homie.
on it. And they were playing like Michael short films and music and stuff. And then there would be like dance breaks that would just pop up. They would start up in front of the house and then over here in this area. And this was just one of my favorite moments. It wasn't even like a part of like the block party schedule. It was just something that happened organically. Like these two tribute dancers. I don't even know their name. I feel bad, but like they were dancing to You Rock My World. During like the breakdown of the short film, all we see is this one climb on top of the van. I was like, no. And I'm like, what's he doing? And all you hear is, oh!
He was a
Okay,
vibe.
this is lit. And I was like, is he gonna do some spins and twists? Because I didn't want nothing happening. But he just kind of did like these military looking moves. He was doing his thing. It was just so fun and like just so funny to see and stuff. So that I just love what the attendees and like the people brought to it and stuff.
That man was living his life.
Yes, his best life.
And then the other one, he did a spin. And it was like the "You Rock My World" part, but his phone flew out on the ground. Shantae over here talking about, you dropped your phone. He just clouded, bro. It was just so fun, and we just like saw this like by chance and stuff, and just the way that popped up, it was so cool. And then, of course, the proclamation for Tito and the Jacksons being honored and everything. That was one of my favorite parts as well. Oh, the Ed Hollis tribute performance. I love that. It was like a mini concert. It was so fun. Like the crowd was hype. We were just screaming and singing and stuff, and just seeing Marlon and Jackie's like reaction out to the side. It was so cool. I'm so mad that I missed Keith Jackson's. I'm so
He
mad I
was
missed.
phenomenal. Both of them were. Ed Hollis is really good, and Keith, who I met before, and we are friends on Facebook or whatever. And then the guy that you showed on top of the car, like when I've gone there years where the city wasn't doing anything for him, and he's out there. Well, I've gone to certain events and he's there dressed up as Michael every time. I can't think of his name, but he's there with his ponytail and his hair all shined up. He's there.
I'm so mad I missed Keith Jackson's performance because I thought it was just starting. I didn't know because we were like in the car eating or something. So we missed most of it. We came in on This Place Hotel. Okay, we just saw that one song. We just heard that one song. It was so lit. The crowd was hype. It was so
did you see where Eddie's sitting next to Marlon and Jackie and he's doing the choreography to that?
Oh yeah, the little da 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 da. Oh yeah, the crowd got into it.
Yeah, I was like, go see. So like I said, I wasn't there, but I put up a post or whatever where Chris Tucker is doing this dancing, doing the whatever DJ KC's was playing behind him or whatever, and I was like, "Your city don't party like my city," and I tagged Mayor Eddie Milton and Marlon and Jackie, and Eddie shared the post, shared the story. You know what I'm saying? Because like, whose mayor is doing that? What does your mayor know what Jackson
Right.
I was so mad I missed that. I was like, I think we were like coming in during half of the song, and then at the end we were just like, dancing and singing along, and then that was it. I was like, oh man. But that was nice. The performers were amazing. There was one lady who sung Human Nature and like
that was beautiful.
So
her name was Alta Vise.
Yes.
That was her name, Alta Vise. She was really good.
Very, very good. Um, oh, that was it. That was just it. This is the thumbnail for my vlog. If y'all want to see more, we went in a lot of detail though. Like it was hard to put the vlog together and stuff. I didn't know. I don't think any of us knew the approach to put it together, but it was just kind of like so many different clips. I think day one I was like more so recording, taking pictures and stuff. Day one was like the real hype day. Day two, it was like chill and stuff. I love this
Yeah.
finale. This finale was everything. I loved it. But I think that's pretty much it. That's all I have to say for the Gary stuff. Um, let me see. I know I have
I
the
think it
other.
was dope that the mayor honored them, so they got an honor from the city, and then Mark Spencer honored them. It was an honor from the state as
Oh
well.
wow.
So, and
Mm.
they deserve it. I mean, they deserve so much more. But the fact that they did it, in proper protocol is like, hoo hoo, hee hee, all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna say I really love the words that you got from the mayor in your vlog, Tori. That like for him to just take the time and speak to fans and answer questions and stuff. That's real dope.
Yeah, it really was. And I wanted to thank him at the end, but I think he was like on the phone or something like that. But to put that together, and that,
Yeah.
like I said, that was just a far off hope and dream that we said like as a passing comment, not ever thinking it was
Mhm.
gonna happen, and then out of nowhere it just happened. So like, and then to not, I sometimes I feel like the whole family kind of gets forgotten. So for him to give Michael a day, because it's like, okay, we got to give Michael a day, and then come
Right.
back around and honor the whole family.
Yeah.
That's
Mm-hmm.
what I
Yeah.
really really loved.
There
Yeah.
might be an opportunity for Gary, Indiana to have its own version of a Graceland. Um,
That had
it's
been in talks for a
opportunity.
while.
The opportunities
I
are
would
there.
love that.
I'm like that. This is the biggest entertaining family in the world. I
Mhm.
don't think nobody can compare in terms of decades. I remember Tori was the one to realize that because of Tito's album, every one of those Jacksons had charted. Every single one of them.
As
So,
solo artists.
and there's nine of them.
Mhm.
And there's nine of them. So and then again though, how they treat their fans. Nothing's perfect. They
Mhm.
have bad days. Trust and believe. I've aggravated Tito at least once, but know, they come with so much grace compared to other people. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
mind blowing. It takes a lot to be nice. It's a lot of work to be nice, to be honest. Because I'm sure they'll be like, you're getting on my nerves, or you're took some pictures. Like, what are we doing? I've seen one time we went for a Jermaine Jackson signing. Some fan came, and I'm not exaggerating, like 15 to 20 albums. Jermaine
Whoa.
Mm.
easily said, no, this is a book signing. He signed all 20.
Ooh.
They don't do that
Oh,
now.
that's so
But at least I
sweet.
did see that, and I'm like, kind of wish I got that on camera. He could have easily said, no. A 20, come on, man. 15 to 20 album, that's a bit much. But he was nice about it. Hold on. The second house was their own would be, yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah.
There's opportunity for easier ways to get there for non-drivers. That there's things that need to be worked on. That's why like we just can't get in and out of Gary. You have to really plan it out. It's not easy.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is like you can take a train from out of the city, out of Chicago, into Gary.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But like if you don't, what I'm saying, like it ain't nothing on the interwebs that's gonna make it seem like you can do it succinctly, but it's still coming from Chicago. O'Hare is
Mhm.
way, way out there. Midway
Mm-hmm.
is it actually in the city of Chicago, but you gotta catch uh the L from Midway Airport to downtown Chicago,
Mhm.
then catch the South Shore that from out of Chicago into Indiana, and it will take you to downtown Gary to the transportation metro center or whatever. And when you get there, then you can like I guess line an Uber up or something like that. But Northwest Indiana is a car city. You know what I'm saying? Chicago is well, you can get around without a
Right,
car
right.
in Chicago, but people don't realize how big the metropolitan Chicago area is. It's easily 2.5 hours,
Mm.
from one end to the other end.
See, that's what Tori and I did. We drove from Chicago to Gary.
It
Mm.
took about like what I want to say an hour drive, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to
Yeah.
make a guess, yeah, about an hour drive.
Parts of Chicago are an hour from Chicago. So depending on what part of Chicago you're in, you can leave the Jackson's house and be in the south side of Chicago in 15-20 minutes. But you you're not from there, you don't know that. Like it's
Hmm.
literally like, because I used to live like a mile. I lived off of Grant Street, so Grant is a mile from the Jackson's house. I
Mm.
could be in Illinois in 8 minutes, 10 minutes, but it's still
Wow.
not Chicago and it's not the airport.
Hmm.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
okay.
people don't realize how close those cities are. So when you
Mm-hmm.
say Gary, Indiana, they like they really think that the Jacksons grew up around a whole lot of, European people. When Gary has been 80% black since the
Hmm.
60s. It don't get more
Hmm.
down home than that. Like everybody's from Mississippi, Alabama.
Yeah.
Like it's country and it's hood at the same time. Whatever you want,
That's
Gary
what I'm
got it
thinking
for
for a country and hood. Yeah.
Yeah.
you.
So the
You guys,
question is,
you
how
guys
was,
addressed this, right? Right.
pardon?
You guys addressed the Kelly's question about the flight and Gary.
Yeah, I was just about to read the question. How was the drive slash flight to Gary from everybody who traveled to Gary? So the flight was it was pretty good. It was pretty chill. I did arrive to Chicago myself, to O'Hare. And then I stayed a bit in Chicago, met up with Tori, and then we went headed out to Gary.
I
But
had
Mine
to.
wasn't that bad.
I think that's what was stressing me out so much before this trip because I'm like, you got to do all this traveling and like, maneuvering. I was worried. Everything went pretty smooth. Like for me, I had to have a layover, but I was
Mm.
able. Everything was able to go smoothly, and then I was at Midway. I went to Midway, and then I took a lift to get into like the city, like in Chicago. Met like Jen said, we met up and stuff. That city, like the part that we were at, it was so nice. Like
Mhm.
it just, I don't know. I kind of felt free there. I'm like, this is nice. I got to come back up, like here. Like if I'm ever able to go to Gary again, I would like to come, go there again or something like that. And then, like y'all said, it was like what was it, 45 minutes to an hour drive?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, I think
I personally suggest getting a car just to get around. That was
Yeah.
my preference. But then again, I'm very like, private. I'm not into the whole Uber world. So I like to just whenever I want to get in the car and drive around, that's what I like to do. So I suggest that. And it wasn't super
It was.
expensive either for the 3 days.
I don't
Now
think
you
it
do better
wasn't
off.
just the whole. It wasn't just the whole flying from because I'm from Florida, so it wasn't just flying from Florida to Gary. It was flying from Florida to Gary, from Gary to Cali, from Cali back to Florida. So
Mm-hmm.
uh-huh.
it it was exhausting.
That
You
day that
you were Carmen San Diego, for us
Yeah.
old heads. For us 80s, 70s babies, you know what I'm saying? Where in the world is Carmen San
There you
Diego?
go.
Yeah. But if you coming to Chicago or Gary, you do better off renting a car.
Hmm.
Um, Sometimes it can be difficult to rent a car like short notice. Um, but it's so much to see and do in the area. People don't talk about the lakefront, whether you're in Chicago or if you're in Gary. Gary has one of the best beaches in the world, and like I'm
Mm.
down south. I'm close to Florida. I've been to Florida and stuff like. But Gary is like Lake Michigan is like an ocean, but it's fresh water. And most people have never been in water that they can on a good day you can drink the water. You know what I'm saying? Like Gary has good water. Chicago has good faucet water. You could turn the faucet on and drink the water out the. You know what I'm saying? So it's plenty of concerts and it's so much history there. You know,
Hmm.
and the city's building stuff out. VJ Records was created in Gary, Indiana. So a lot of the Beatles were signed to VJ Records first. It's it's just a whole lot to do. And please, the best food in the world. You can eat.
Mm-hmm.
Just go there to eat. Go to Chicago. Go to Gary to eat.
Mhm.
Alone is it's
So
stupendous.
here's a suggestion for those who might want to make money off of tourism. Get those books and ebooks available. Like MJ Fangirl has a book dedicated to great Michael Jackson sites.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago and Gary and on a map, places to eat, how to get there through the plane. We don't know this area at all. I mean, I have gone by bus, but I don't want to do that again. It was like a 24-hour bus from New York to Gary. That was a nightmare. And then
Oh.
I do love the plane, but you have to go with another driver. So, if someone's watching, his opportunity, I ain't gonna lie, mom, these are great tips for people. Find a way, maybe getting a book or something, or a website, or because I'm
I'm
like,
listening.
that's part of the whole possibility. This could be your next Graceland. How to
Mm.
if you can make those trips more expansive. That's how you get more people to the area to travel. So I'm like, and you're right about that blue water in Chicago. Chicago has the bluest water I've ever seen in my life, and that says a lot because the Caribbeans. I've been to Puerto Rico. That Chicago's water is on a whole different level of beautiful.
Mm.
And so now we have to go to Gary, Indiana Beach. Now I'm tempted. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
that's nice.
So Tori, was Love of Pop was Lady Pop. You guys didn't go to the beach area. You didn't go to where they
No.
got the new y'all didn't get pictures in front of the mural. There used to be a mural that was on like 7th and Broadway, and it was
Mm.
shown in Janet's Lifetime thing, and then they knocked the building down. But they redid the
Mm.
mural of the Jackson 5, and it's in Miller. Somebody commented about it, but it's
Wait,
close to the beach. That's the part of town I grew up on. I went to school over there.
See,
So Roosevelt, that school was the school where all the blacks had to go. So between Broadway and Grant Street, that's where the blacks had to live. Um, and then like after the Jacksons, then they started expanding where well Denise she went to Tolleson High School, but majority of black people have to go to only Roosevelt High School. So that's why it's historic. They won like all the basketball championships for doggone 20 years for the state.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it's massive. Trish, I'm gonna yeah, great idea. Thank you.
like there's money in it. I promote it. Tori will promote it, and Jen, like, if you guys build, we'll share. We'll share how to find, get you guys out there because we learn it ourselves, like how to make this something that people can possibly live off of. Do what you
I
love.
love it.
so Tori, we ended up going to, I think, all the murals, didn't we?
Yeah, we were over there at the. We saw the Janet one and the
Mm-hmm.
Denise Williams one, the
Mm-hmm.
new Jacksons one of the Jacksons era, and then we saw the one that they redid. I think that she was just talking about, um, of the Jackson 5 one.
Is
The
that the
one that
one?
made Janet emotional, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
by the laundromat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It,
that's that's
Oh,
leading to
that's
the
the
beach.
Jackson one.
If you had gone straight
oh,
up, you're on that street, like you're less than a mile from the beach. If you
oh,
just like
Mm.
there's a Lake
wow.
Street beach right there, and then not even half a mile. like there's Marquette Beach, which is the huge beach for the city of Gary. But there's 3 beaches in the city of Gary that there's public access to.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, I'll be there next year.
Right? Because we was looking for something to do. Wow.
Then y'all could recreate some beach moments here. You know,
Oh.
Oh.
I don't know if that's that beach, but at least it's a thing you could tie into the Jacksons and the beach.
Aw.
And if,
Oh, that's so
and if
cute.
this beach is well, actually this beach is in California. But if this
Yeah, I
area
think
is
that's in
smart,
California.
if this area is smart, they might, put in some of these pictures around this area so people can, like it's not our beach, but we're going to share this beach moment with y'all.
Mm.
Hmm.
Let me hold on. I see something. There you go, Tori. So wait, what's this? Hold on.
The other one.
That house.
I'm gonna take I'm gonna take this other one
Okay.
off. Let me see something. I'm gonna try to it wouldn't let me load the second slideshow up, so I was having to share my screen. Let me see if it'll work now.
Hey Ray Ray.
It won't
Um,
let me put it on there, so I'm gonna just share my screen for this second, I guess, second segment.
It's, a, it's already 1:20 over here.
I
Let me
know.
speed run this.
We're almost done, y'all. We promise.
So
I knew it was going to be a long one. This is so many events in one night.
Yeah.
Ooh. But it's
so
a
much
good thing,
excitement.
though. Good thing.
Yeah.
Trish, you were talking about stuff that the Jacksons had tried to do back in the 80s. The Jacksons tried to get an amusement park built in the city of Gary off the highway.
Wow.
This is like during the time like between Bad and 2300 Jackson Street. They were trying to get an amusement park there for the city. And that's so crazy. Like he was trying to, this whole amusement park thing is like really big to him even before Neverland. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But it just didn't work out. But that's why I'm like so happy to see, Hard Rock Casino there and all the other things that they're doing.
That's crazy. And also on the beach thing, y'all could make like Jackson 5 towels, merch.
Mm.
Talk to us. We know how to make money because we the ones who buy
Mhm.
that kind of stuff. It's like, oh my Jackson 5 towels. You can even have special little chairs with the Jacksons. Like you want, well, I mean, it'd be hard to travel home with it, but
Mm.
put it in checking, I guess. But go ahead,
You
Tori.
you're like full of ideas. I love it.
I'm in marketing. That's what I do for. Even though I'm retail, I'm also a manager, and we got to do all these marketing reports at least once or twice a month. So that's why I'm gonna have to go to work tomorrow. Yay! Gotta do something for my boss. But go ahead, babe. Go ahead, Tori. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now we're in the King of Popcorn segment. So this one was the theming of The Greatest Night in Pop, the documentary that just came out about We Are the World and like the behind the scenes and everything. And every year they do something a little different. They add a little more to it. So this year, get into the decorations first. When you first walked in, there was like an arch of balloons with their branding, or like I think it was the Havenhurst branding. There we go, the Havenhurst branding. I would buy that honestly if they had some
Yeah.
smart balloons. And it was in their colors. I love their color scheme. I love this. This was from, I don't know if they had these balloons put up over here this year, but this is from the last one. I just wanted to get that up close of it or what it looked like. And then this is also from the last one. Sarah and Connor, SJ, what's their Instagram? SJ and
SJ and Connor.
That's Shane Khan.
they they took this picture from the last King of Popcorn, and this backdrop was also there this time as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get a picture of that. I meant to, but I didn't. So shout out to Hillary for this picture. But that was like in front of the house, like the front of it. And then this was like I think this is where they would like park the cars, like back in the day. This
Yeah, that's
is
Oh,
that's the garage.
their garage right here.
really? I would have never known.
I'm mad because I didn't get this picture of this either, but like,
Wow.
but this was
I
really
would have
nice.
never known that's what that was. That's cool.
Yeah, because I was wondering where they parked like literally it's like right here.
Yeah, I would have never known that. Because
Yeah.
because when I went last year they had the I love the tour banner back there. So you don't know what that is, you know.
Oh, and then they moved it in August last year. They moved it to
Yeah.
where this one is.
That one's so
I
nice.
think that's where
Hmm.
they moved it somewhere over there or where the merch was this time or something like that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't think we had the Grammy things. This I can't remember if we did or not. But
I
I
don't
love
think so.
the red carpet, the big Grammy thing, and then like these right here. That's so cool.
That's a dope setup.
Yeah,
It was
that
just
picture is so like chef's kiss, you know?
yeah, like they really like brought like huge. It was everything was just so jumbo, and I love that. Like I loved it.
Hmm.
Um, and then I love this. They open up the room where Jafar took this picture, and they put the picture in there so you could take a picture of it next to it. And then this was the perspective. Like he was like facing this way when this picture was taken. So I made sure I got the chandeliers in those two doors, like in the picture. And I'm just like, wow, I'm standing in this room is crazy. This is actually the dining room. I didn't realize that,
Hmm.
but I guess the chandeliers like give it away. Um, and then next to it was
Hold
some
on. Look
memorabilia.
what Serena wrote.
Oh, sorry.
Are we going to address this later?
Oh, I know
Yes.
Trish has something to say about this.
Yeah.
But
We'll come back to that.
Sorry, I can't. I have to be on the other tab. I'm gonna try and like go back and forth, but um, there was a there was some memorabilia like next to the picture, and this is actually John's, I believe, from that video that Hillary posted. He put his memorabilia on display, and I didn't realize he was a collector like this. Like he's not
Oh,
playing. He got it in cases and everything. So he has I want to say who signed the Thriller album?
Quincy.
Okay, because I was wondering that was like a Q or something. But he has a
Yeah.
signed Thriller album. He has some like vintage tickets and everything. He even has like a This Is It ticket.
Mm.
He's really
Wow.
big on baseball, so he has signed baseballs. Do
Which
you
is
sign
a nice
baseball?
Tito Jackson slash Jackson, little nod. Nah, that's definitely a Tito Jackson reference more than anything. But yes,
Yes, and I love the one that Tito signed. It's like a Jackson 5 one.
isn't that cool?
Mm.
Hmm.
That's so cool. I didn't even know this was his stuff. I would have asked, like, dang. But he got him signed by all the Jackson 5 members and stuff. And I thought that was just super dope. And then there was the life size like Michael Jackson like 80s like doll box, if y'all remember that.
Mm.
And you could go on
Hmm.
and
yeah, that's the human nature outfit.
yes, the single cover. And it's so cool because on the side there's a door and it opens like a box, like a actual like doll box and stuff, and it has Hillary's branding on there. So this was like really specialty made for them. I try to get pictures in it, but the glare was just going crazy.
I couldn't
But
wait to get in that thing. Oh, I couldn't wait to get in there. I'm so excited.
Now, hopefully,
Did you
they'll
get in
have.
there? Did you get in it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I took pictures. I think who's the photographer? Is it Will or is it
Will.
Will?
William
Yeah, he
and
got the yeah,
Tim.
yeah, Tim is the videographer, right?
Yes.
Hmm.
Okay. But yeah, oh, I couldn't wait to get in there. I was so excited.
it was like super super cool. And I hope like they incorporate this like for future like events and stuff,
I
because
was about to say that absolutely.
like they can't just let this be the end of this box. Like
Oh, they
It's something
can't.
about Michael in yellow. Like he doesn't wear it often, but when Michael put on that yellow, girl, you just melt like butter. I'm just saying that
You ain't
nature,
lying. You ain't lying.
human nature, and that doggone dirty Diana. What? I was out of here. That's why I
And
couldn't get baptized as a Jehovah's
We
Witness because
talking
I knew
about
I wanted
yellow. We
to.
need to talk about. Ooh, yes.
red.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay.
Good night, Ray. I don't even know what's next. Oh, the food and the snacks. That's one thing about Hello Led. They're gonna make sure you fed. Okay, so
Mm,
they brought Pink's hot dogs to the King of Popcorn. And if y'all
mm.
know the Michael Jackson reference, this pic he did a photo shoot like what was this? I would say like what 72, 73. This was around that time. And
Hmm.
he's there at like I think the I don't know, this is just like the OG setup of it or whatever, but there's a standalone building and that's where he went to. And they had different kind of hot dogs there. I hurried up and just grabbed one. I just grabbed your generic
Me too.
mustard relish. They had chili dogs, all different types and stuff. And I love that they put that detail in there. Like I'm like,
Actually,
okay, I see y'all.
I think they had a
They had
vegan dog
other.
too.
Yeah, I was gonna say they had other dogs rather than just beef. They had
Yeah.
like all kinds of other stuff. I was like, yeah, I'll just take the beef. I don't know about all that other stuff. I just want a regular dog.
Yeah, I'm. That's another thing. I'm mad I didn't get a picture of the menu. Like I got the far away
Mm.
picture, but I didn't get the up close one. Um, but yeah, hopefully, like maybe they'll think about incorporating that back into another event, to another event, like in the future as well. Because I know that was gonna be one of our stops if we were able to sightsee in LA.
Mhm.
So they
But
actually at the standalone. Sorry to cut you off.
mhm.
But at the standalone location, they usually have like a lot of celebrities that had Pink Hot Dog had been there. And a couple years ago, Ron Pia was actually one of the ones to have the owner incorporate Michael's picture inside. So last
Nice.
time I
Oh,
knew, Michael has two pictures at that location.
oh,
Yeah,
That's
so if you
smart.
go if you go there, you can like grab a picture with Michael's picture in there.
oh.
I'm
They're
gonna.
so
I'm
thoughtful though, like because they take a trip away from you having to go and look and try to find this iconic hot dog stand to being there. You know what I'm saying? Like they always thinking about their fans and making it a
As they
whole
should.
experience. You
As
know what
they
I'm saying? Like so it's like
And another
sight,
thing,
smell, touch, feel, sound, all of it.
we fans get it done. I'm telling you, if there's something we need to get done, we get it done. So shout out to Ron. He. Whew, I don't know how he does it.
should.
Yeah. Ron, like Ron and DJ K Caesar are them two had me everywhere, seeing everything I needed to see. And I was like,
Hmm.
if I had have been there, I wouldn't have seen all the things I needed to see because I couldn't have gone back and forth like that, you know.
Mm.
And then Ron going back to Gary the next week, then in Connecticut. I was like, how do y'all do this? When do y'all sleep? Y'all joints ain't hurt. My joints hurt for y'all. So, Lady Pop, hats off to you, Tori, hats off to, I mean, all of y'all that who are doing the trips and getting us the looks. Salute, big time.
Oh, thank you.
And Trish, of course, you gotta pay due to the house. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
So,
That's right. That's right.
gotta pay due to the house.
Oh, this was the cake.
Wow, that's amazing. I was like, what is that? I thought it was like a
Yeah,
statue or something. It's a whole cake.
And
that
it's lit
yellow
up.
was a light. It would change colors. and on like I think this border part of it, it's like the that was the cake part, but it's like the Billie Jean sidewalk thing was what they were trying to do. And I don't know if this was edible. I just remember them cutting from this part. Did anyone eat the
Mm.
cake?
Did they
I
actually
didn't
cut
get a
it?
piece. Oh, I was so devastated. I didn't get a piece. But you know what's funny is that I took a picture of it before, like just as this, and I had no clue what it was. I just
Oh,
took a picture of it. I just took a picture of it. I had no clue what I was taking a picture of. I was like, oh, this is cool. I like this right here. This little decoration. Girl, that's a cake. I had no clue what it was.
That's
Wait,
cute.
Tori, they actually cut it?
yeah, I had
Hmm.
got a piece because last time I didn't get a piece of that Thriller one. When
Mm,
they had him eating the popcorn, so I got a piece this time. Um, it was pretty good. It was really sweet though. That's the thing. And I had
mm.
already had like a snow cone, like pop, like so. I was like, "Ooh, I need to eat in moderation on this one." I didn't even get any of the candy. They said, "Make sure I get the candy." They ate that candy. Oh, they snatched it up. I was like, "Okay,
Really?
yeah,
Not gonna lie, I might have taken a couple pieces
I
for
know."
the trip.
Did they have any KFC there?
No,
Nope, we
No,
were
that's
trying to
something
find
that
there
they
was a
should
KFC
do,
at
cake.
though.
Gary.
Hold up, there was a cake for Michael and Gary.
No, I said they
Was
should have had
there?
some KFC
Oh,
at Gary.
No, look at what
No,
Lady
no, look
Messenger
what Lady
said.
wrote.
Oh,
Did you see the
did
cake?
they?
She got some of it. She
they
went, oh
did?
I
wow.
didn't see that.
Does anybody
I
I
have
had,
a
I
didn't
picture?
had, I didn't,
either.
I
Where
didn't
was it
see it
at?
either.
Where was it at?
It probably was at the football field where
Right?
we weren't. We was in front of that house, stuck there for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I don't know how I missed the cake because if there's one thing I love, it's some cake.
I did see a glimpse of it somewhere with the mayor, but I can't remember where it was. There was a lot of people around. So
Oh man, I'm looking on Google to see if there's a picture, but I don't think so. I'm mad.
I didn't see. I didn't even know about it.
I'm livid. Okay, but if anybody has a picture of it, let me know. I just want us to look at it. But they also had. I didn't get pictures, but they also had like, of course, the popcorn. Um, they had snow cones, and then they also had nachos. Yo, y'all gonna
Mm,
think I'm crazy for this. The way the man made the nachos, okay? I didn't even get his
mm-hmm.
name. He made sure there was cheese all throughout, okay? And y'all know I'm not a big cheese person, but I'll eat me some nachos. He put the cheese on the bottom and then put the chips and then on top, and then you could get, was it jalapenos you could get?
Yes, yes.
Mm.
So I put that on there too because I like my stuff spicy. So I put that on there too. I had a dream about it. If somebody was making me nachos, I told them to layer it that exact same way. I'm not kidding. I'm not. I said, yeah, do it this way. Put the cheese on the bottom. Put the chip. If I ever see that man again, I'm gonna tell him I dream about that.
I
you gonna
dream
have
about
all
his
us dream about
nachos.
these nachos.
I didn't even think
My
about
mouth
that.
water, Trish mouth water.
I'm about to go to Whole Foods and make some vegan nachos. I'm like, oh, I have a
Mm.
good vegan sauce I can make real quick. Mm.
Yeah,
Like I never
he
thought about that. Putting it on the bottom and that because I always get mad because I'm like, man, like I'm running out of the cheese and stuff.
Mm.
But problem solved real easily. Was there any other food? There were
What
drinks.
flavor was the cake inside?
Oh, I wish I had the
Wait,
cake. I'm so sad.
I don't even remember. It might
Oh,
have
I'm
been
so
vanilla
upset.
because Michael don't like chocolate.
hey.
I take it. Time went too fast as always.
Yeah.
Yes, it got dark really fast. Once they played
Yeah.
the documentary, it was it got dark like really really fast and stuff.
Mm.
And then
Um,
something happened that took up a lot of time too.
oh, we're gonna get into that. Don't worry.
No.
No. And then the merchandise, which I'm mad about because they have Havenhurst. This is the first time anybody has made Havenhurst merch. They have the
Mm.
Hillelay merch and they also have Havenhurst. I've never seen merch for this house, for this property. And I'm so mad about it. I'm so mad because I was supposed to get it, and then they were literally doing a countdown for us. Like, y'all got 5 minutes.
Oh.
You got 4 minutes and
Mm.
32 seconds. Y'all have 2 minutes and 18 seconds. So I'm like, okay, we gotta go. I meant to grab me one of these shirts. I'm so sad. I might email it. Hey, can I buy a shirt? But I love this. And then also everybody went home with
Well, hold on. Maybe you could suggest to John to sell that. I don't know if you guys are doing this as Thriller, but for those who are doing this as Thriller, say, hey, can you add those Havenhurst products there?
That's a good idea.
oh.
Because I mean, I know some of you guys are going right back. So throwing it out
They're
there.
doing it for Halloween.
hmm I would hit up John and just say, hey, for whoever's going, and say, hey, will that Havenhurst merch be there? Because yeah, we definitely have to do. I don't know if there's going to be more King of Popcorns, but
They can also add it to the website because they was selling some shirts on their website, on the
Mm.
oh,
PLLA
good to
website.
know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like if they could put it on the website, maybe
Yeah.
so that
What does it feel like? Like I just want to know what it feels like, because that like the Havenhurst house is so iconic, and
Magical,
I
very
feel
Mm.
like I just
magical.
imagine it makes you feel like fuzzy, like I don't know, like bubbles rubbing against you or something. I don't know,
Well,
not bubbles the chip,
the
but
house
like
reminds me of
soap bubbles.
something you would see in Disney. It looks
Mhm.
really like amazing and very magical. Like if I had
Mhm.
money, I would buy tickets for multiple family members. We have a couple of Jackson family fans in our family, and I'm like, oh, I would get a ticket for Jay. I would get a ticket for Asia. Like there's so many people in my family that would appreciate being here. It's very,
Mm.
very nice. A beautiful home.
It really is. It's very like Michael-esque. Like, and I feel like this might be where he
Mhm.
got his style from, with like homes and stuff. Like the outside, it just feels like, and it translates well in the merch. Like they got the shape of the house. It looks like something from like a movie. I can't explain it. Just like the shaping of it and the design of it.
Mhm.
To me, this was kind of like the first Neverland.
Yes,
So it has
That's
I
that
agree. Yeah.
magic and element to it.
Yeah.
because he remodeled it in the 80s, and I think he kind of added some things that he wanted to it.
Mm.
Like inside, there's like this. What I say is a very Michael-esque clock that I think him and Latoya picked out. I think that's what I heard.
Mm.
I'm like, yeah, this is him. This is definitely him. It's in the area where that sunken living room is. If you like sit on the like couch,
Mm.
or like where it's facing, I think where the TV would have probably been, and you look up, there's a clock up there. So,
Oh, I know what cake she's talking about now. I
what?
know. I know what cake she's talking about now.
I'm sad. I still don't know. What part was this on Michael's day?
She said it was day one.
No,
Oh
Havenhurst,
God.
right? Havenhurst.
No, it was
No,
at
she's talking about in
it was
Gary.
Oh, Gary,
Gary,
got it.
yeah.
She
Um,
said it was day one. Because
yeah.
it was his birthday, so they had a birthday cake. I saw, like I said, I saw like a picture of a live or something, like somebody's clips of it. But I was going back and forth between pages, so I don't know who had it up.
Yeah, I know what she's talking about now. Yeah.
What point was this? Do you remember?
Uh, I'm not gonna say too much, but
Okay,
I'm not gonna
okay,
say too much,
okay.
but Rocky and I, we didn't stick around. Let's just say that. So
You didn't?
no.
Okay.
Backstage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
That's
might have
that.
been like
That's
when it
that's.
got like late and stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we was just
Hmm.
all tired. um I missed the cake, but okay. Um
Where's the
okay.
cake?
Where are you taking the cake?
Is that a birthday cake?
Let's think about all the songs that were written in that house. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, in
Right.
the
the
studio.
Jackson songs, like you know what I'm saying. Um, oh, you know, Triumph and all those whatever, going places, not just human nature. Like, of
The
course, I love
Jackson,
Michael, but
right?
like human nature and all those cuts,
Mm-hmm.
off the wall, which is my favorite Michael album. I feel like
Oh,
Off the Wall gives you every kind of music, including hip hop, even though it's not necessarily a rap track on it. I don't know how he did it, but Off the Wall like has some hip hop in there, even though hip hop hadn't even like he's so futuristic, it's ridiculous. So
he's ahead of his time.
Agree.
Janet wrote her first song there.
Mm.
She was just playing around too, but hey, look where she is now. She
Yeah.
performed on Vegas stages and whatnot. So, the studio wasn't open this time, but they did have like there were certain parts of the house where you could pinpoint like, okay, like this is where this was. Like I went around the house and I saw Hector and Jenny, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And I was like, isn't this where Michael took that one picture? And I was able to like take the picture here. It's just so crazy, like when you actually think about it, like, yo, they stood here, like this is where they were. Like, it's crazy. And then they also finally like let us like I feel like as the years go on, we could climb up higher and higher on his stairs. I was playing it safe.
Yes.
Now,
Oh, you got a picture of me. Oh.
Rocky and Jim
Yes.
was testing them waters. The security, I got a picture of the security guy like laughing.
No, let me tell you, because I was going up the stairs, taking pictures and minding my business, yada yada yada. I forgot brother was up there. All
Me
right.
too.
I forgot brother was up there. So I just kept climbing and then I got to a certain step and I felt his eyes on me. And I looked at him and he looked at me and we looked at each other. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go back down. He looked at me like, don't you all right, take another step if you want to. Like, no, no, I'm good. I'm gonna go back down. I'm gonna go back down, brother. I'm good. I'm good.
I don't know what happened. I just kept climbing like I was gonna
I was like,
climbing,
what is
and then
she
all of a
doing?
sudden
oh
I didn't
goodness.
realize he was there. He's like, keep going down. One more step. One more step. And I'm like, okay, okay.
I got the video. I should send it to you.
Oh
But
man.
he was real cool though. Like the security was like real nice. They were
Yeah.
real chill. They were like real patient. I feel like they were fans too, because I remember at the end when we had to like leave, but we were in front of the house still. They were chopping it up with I think who was it, Kyle Mo, and they were like talking about like Jackson stuff, and I'm like, yo, like they gotta be fans too. It was super cool, and that's what I once again that's what I love. Like the people that they pick to like work with them, like it's a representation of them, and they're like always nice. Like Tim and William who do the
Hmm.
videos and the pictures. Even the people that work the tables, like the merch stands, they like
Mm-hmm.
remember us, even though like we may forget. They'd be like, "Oh, I remember you." So then from then on,
Mm.
like, it's kind of like, "Oh, hey," like you see them and stuff. So it just makes you feel very welcome here, and it's very like I say it's very peaceful. It's not like overwhelming here.
I
Um.
think, like I think it makes a difference
Oh.
when they started out really small and they were the people like they were trying to get in backstage to speak to Gladys Knight at the Regal Theater, you
Mhm.
know all these different folks, so they know what it's like to like be a fan and you know see that person you really look up to. The fact they never forget that is like really touching.
And that's the thing. Which it's my dream to see the memory room.
Oh
Michael,
yes.
when it comes to the memory room, I think Michael said that he made it because he wanted to remember where he came from. He never wanted to forget
Mm.
where he came from. And I feel like that's kind of the philosophy that the family has. Even like the ones, the younger generation that grew up, like, they were born in LA or like the big cities and stuff. They didn't grow up in Gary. I feel like they have an understanding and they make sure that like they teach them to be humble and stuff. And so
Mhm.
they share that with us too, and they're raising up some like kind children. I will tell you that, like,
Mm-hmm.
very much. So shout out to Prince and the next generation, even like the next generation's next generation. Like they make sure that they make like they have their kids speak, say hi, shake your hand and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but they also had the pool open. I got a picture, but I didn't put it in here. And then they also had the sunken living room, and oh, that's what I forgot to put, the koi fish pond with like the little gazebo thing where you can sit at the table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I love that area. It's so peaceful. Um, and then we had some special moments. We had a surprise guest. Well, first I'll get into this. When you first walk in, like there was a line to meet Prince, and I love that they did that so that it wasn't like overwhelming for him or like for everyone else, and it just kept things organized. And so I would say for me, this is one of my favorite moments. And I had this jersey that I made, and I wanted Jackie to sign it too, but I got Marlon to, and I was like, oh wait, I could get Prince to sign it and stuff. And he paid attention to detail. That's the thing. They pay attention to detail and stuff, and he was asking about it. And then, he was willing to sign it and take pictures. And he took his time with everybody. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so like I really, really appreciate that. Like that moment was like special for me. And then they're not here. I wish they were here, but Sarah and Connor got their book that they put together with all the fans' messages and tributes to Michael from June 25th this year. They got the book to him and they gave it to him.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really special. And they said the book went to they put the book at Neverland, Forest Lawn, and then now Havenhurst. I can't remember if the book went anywhere else, but it's like 12 pounds.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
12
big. It's gigantic.
Mm-hmm.
But just man signatures.
It was like messages and pictures, like I think like for example, like they probably put like how Michael inspired them or how much like he means to them and stuff, and they had it there at Forest Lawn so everybody can look through it and read through it and stuff, and then they were able to give it to Prince at this event.
So it was a fan project that they did, and the fans can send in like quotes and messages to like Michael and what they wanted to say, and they put it all
Mhm.
together and took it to Forest Lawn.
That's awesome.
I can't even begin to imagine how they made this. It's big. It's not like just like a standard size book. It's
It
like
looks like the,
length
the Michael
big.
Jackson opus.
Yeah,
No,
it's
it
It
no,
bigger.
it's
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 bigger.
huge.
It's bigger than the Opus.
like
Wow.
lengthwise.
Yeah, and
Yo,
It looks heavy in the picture.
It is.
that's crazy. Wow. And he took his time and like and interacted with them and it talked about the book with them and stuff. It was so special. And then also we had Tom Mesereau. I was not expecting this. I think we had just got done taking the stair pictures, and I looked and I was like, I kind of freaked out.
That's awesome.
I felt bad, but I was like, yo, this is the
That's so dope.
man, myth, the legend, the
Oh
one.
my God.
And I was telling them today at work, like I was talking about him today at work. I said, I feel like it was meant for them to cross paths because I feel like he's the only one that could have actually understood Michael truly and
Mm,
fully and advise him in the best way and fully show and fully prove his innocence.
yeah.
So
mm.
it was so special. Like we got to thank him and everything. Jen, you want to talk about this? I had to say it.
No, I'm
You don't
good.
want to? It was
No,
it was special. I'll say that.
it was
So
very
When
This
special.
when we had that whole March with Michael thing, and Jen, I got to give you props. You held that down because something
mhm.
something happened on my side. But to show the level of innocence, and of course, Tom was part of that. He was part of the receipts. So it's just like something went right when people were using our references to tell everybody, y'all, if you have any questions, this is what you watch. And I
Yeah.
feel like we made an impact collectively as moonwalkers. So when things try to go left again, they were like, we're done with y'all. Here's the reference.
Mhm.
Here's the reference. Here's the receipts. That's it. Um, so for you to be hugging him, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
you did your thing. You really you because I mean, and Jen even went way and above to be like, here's the receipts. Here's the receipts. Here's more receipts.
It
I was
felt like
Yeah.
a
like,
full
It
circle moment
It
because
was.
you remember when you did the listening party? It felt like in a way you unknowingly prepared yourself for this moment.
Wow. Yeah.
My mind
It,
is
it
you had just did that.
yeah. I
honestly,
was
if you would have told me like before I eat, like way back, that I would be meeting this man, I I never. This was the shocker of the trip for me. Honestly, I never expected this at all.
He stayed there the
no.
whole night.
Hmm.
He watched the documentary and everything. I didn't even know because sometimes they have guests and stuff, and he's a lawyer. I'm sure he has caseloads. Might be busy and stuff, but he sat there in one of them bean bags like one of us, and he watched that documentary, and I was just like, wow,
Yeah,
so
I
he
dope.
was
think it's just
so
really,
sweet.
really touching, to see genuine hearted people in all these
Hmm.
different stations and statuses and shades of life. You know, um, Trish, when you opened the show talking about 9/11
Hmm.
um, and how much of a part MJ and the Jackson family have played in, the brightest, the highest highs, and the fight against the lowest lows
Hmm.
throughout our lifetime, even before our lifetime. You know what I'm saying? And to see, like, even right now, the energy that is being created through what the Jackson family is doing when the world is literally, like, falling apart. Yeah,
Hmm.
I just, it's like, that's how energy doesn't die. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
the
well,
magic is still
well,
magicking. You know what I'm saying?
what the Jacksons have shown us, whether we realize it or not, is the resiliency that they have more than above others.
Hmm.
There's very few people that have gone. I mean, just their childhood alone, most people can get through that. The level of work and commitment, and then
Hmm.
now they're dealing with they're aging, they have death, they're experiencing really tough things, and they still show up for us. They don't have to, but they still show up for us.
Uh-huh.
That's what makes them. They have been unknowingly a blueprint of what you can gain from being resilient. Because a lot of us will crumble, and I admire, like, I always come about this Ohio thing that I did with Tori, but that changed me as a person to see them say goodbye to Tito, and yet
Hmm.
we're so gracious to us. And then that was tough, and I have not been the same since. I can be going through hell, I'm still going to push through this. Not saying I don't have my moments privately, but I just mean, like, if you want something, what are you going to do to push through that pain? And they've been doing this for decades, man.
Yeah.
So I always say this on one thing, that real artists are energy healers. And that is what Michael Jackson and the Jackson family have been doing. Like, it's a spiritual thing. Like, you can make all the claims that you want, that, oh, that, like, music is, like, that's something outside of whatever, but they literally changed the world. You know what I'm saying? And we have to, like, we have to keep that going. They didn't do it just for us to, be like, oh, I like this song. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yes, we like the song and whatever. It's also for us to, like, show that day to day. You know what I'm saying? And our care and concern for one another. So, like, I appreciate them so much for that as well. That's one thing like I really appreciated. Like when Keith was playing and seeing how real Marlon and Jackie were at Keith playing, because though that music is it's frequency. Everything is frequency, and that does change. It literally changes the world. So
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
yeah, this picture with Jen is like you can see.
I get chills looking at that, knowing what role Jim played this year in Michael's legacy
Yeah,
and standing on business.
it's
it it
beautiful.
was it was a very emotional moment for me. So that's why I kind of didn't say anything about it, but it was very, very, very emotional. And he was such a sweetheart and so understanding,
Mm.
and he gave me some encouraging words, and I just had to express what he did
Oh,
for us, the fans, for Michael. So I just expressed my gratitude to him, what he did and continues to do, because he's still fighting for Michael's legacy and name and his innocence. So he was a great guy, and it was, like you said, Trish, a full circle moment that I was not expecting for it to happen, and for it to happen this year was just a blessing.
Like,
Beautiful.
Earth angels are real. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
oh,
And you don't have to write the song or do the dance, but like helping, standing up for truth and righteousness. You are an earth angel.
Hmm.
He was doing stuff like that even before he, helped Michael. Like he would
Yeah.
take on cases pro bono.
Hmm.
Um,
Mm.
people that grew up in communities or like were in communities where it was they were kind of being, like people viewed them as less than, or like in black communities, inner city and stuff, and they were being taken advantage of. And he would help them pro bono, like free of
Mm.
Amen.
charge and stuff. And
Yes.
that from the start tells you like his character. And he's
Mm.
still defending Michael. It wasn't like, oh yeah, I just did a job and it's it.
Right.
He's still doing it. So
Mm.
I appreciate him. We all appreciate him. So I'm glad that we were able to thank him and stuff.
Yes.
It took everything in me to not bow at this man, literally. Like, and I looked him in his eyes and I held his hand and I said, "You have no idea what you mean to us. We owe you everything." Like, I just had to let him know, like, you are a man amongst men. We love you so very much.
Hmm. I thought you said you did bow like when you first
No,
were telling
it
us.
did,
I was
no,
like,
no, it everything inside me not to. I was like, this man is a legend. Like this like there's not
Yes.
enough thanks in the world. Like I could throw at this man. Not enough thanks, gratitude, love. He we owe him everything.
yes.
He gave us Michael for a couple more years.
Yo,
So
that
That's
was my
right.
exact thought. That's so
Hmm.
crazy. He did,
he did.
because like the people that were advising him before, like it was certain things, certain ways they were going about things, and then he came in and he was like, "Let me clean this up.
Mm.
You're not about to play into these people's hand, like So that's why I feel like he was the one that was supposed to defend him. He was the one. We
Definitely.
see that even today. Like I said, he's still defending him. Um, there was also like, I just gotta highlight this. Like this group, this was like some of the people that I was with. There were like a lot of others. I have so many pictures I still have to post, but like y'all, for real, y'all helped make this trip like special for me, because I know I was saying like I didn't even want to go. Like I was stressing a little bit because I was like, how is this gonna go? Like I got to go through this airport, that airport, and stuff. But it's always nice having like people to look out for you and stuff like that. And Prince, like, always so nice, and like once he like meets you and stuff, he'll remember you. Even like if it's your first time, he makes you feel like you're like he knows you're like he's familiar. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And he's just so friendly and stuff.
It's just like you said, Tori, because when I went and I took my picture, I was just in line, and when it was my turn, he looked at me. He said, "Hey," I'm like, "Wait, you've only seen me once. You remember me?" He's like, "Yeah, I remember you. Get over here." I was like, "Wow, that's
Wow.
crazy."
He has a freakishly good memory. I've never seen
Yeah,
him like it.
and
It's like,
and to
what?
think of all of the people he's met, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It was all that chess that Michael had him play.
Yo. But you know what Michael said? I think Michael said, I may not be able to remember your name, but I never forget a face or something like that.
I'm the same way. Same way. I don't always remember the names, but faces, and then I'll even tell you how I met you. So
I feel like I'm the opposite in some
You
like
remember names but not
I
faces.
won't forget a name. Like I may forget what you look like, but like when I see you, I'm like, okay, yeah, you so and so. You saw, even if I just seen you like online, I'm like, oh, that's so and so. Okay, so I just think that's so cool, and he just is one of the people that make us feel like welcome when we go to these events. Not even just the Hill LA events, like if he's in Vegas or anything, or like This is Thriller. This is Thriller was hectic because it was just so many people, and I think so many people were trying to like get pictures with him and stuff. You know, he still makes efforts to say hi to people, take as many pictures as he can. So Prince's kindness, it does not go unnoticed.
Facts.
That's a testament to the man Michael raised, though. I always say that.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
You raised them right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What was y'all favorite moments? It's kind of leading into this. So, what was y'all favorite moments? And y'all can piggyback on what we were just talking about or any other thing.
Mm. I would
So
honestly have to say meeting. I call him T-Mez. meeting. I mean, meeting like because it was so unexpected and like completely out of left field. I never would have guessed that I would ever lay eyes on that man. So that I think that was like the highlight of the trip for me.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing pictures or a video where he was helping Catherine out of the courthouse. Like he's holding her hand and stuff. And I was like, yeah, he's not there. Like he's not just there professionally. Like,
Right.
I can tell
Right.
it really meant something to him. Like
Yeah.
yeah, we are all in this fight together. That seeing all the family members show up like that, seeing Joe Jackson show up like that, Catherine showing up every day during that court trial and stuff. It's like, you know, and the lady that was letting out the doves, and just like
Oh
all
man.
type of different walks of
yes.
life,
Yeah.
like people who might not have ever been in a fist fight in their life, that they stood out there and they brought their energy
Mm-hmm.
to help him and help the family fight through that. You know, it's like, okay, it's inspiration, it's encouraging. That I don't have to fight with these, but I can fight energetically by just putting this positive energy out there.
Mm-hmm. I would say that it was. You know how there's some people. It's like okay, like it would be cool to meet them, but it doesn't seem like I will. And then that's the like you're not even thinking about it. That's the ones that just pop out of nowhere. Like that's kind of how it was for me. Like oh, it would be so cool, to thank him and be able to meet him and stuff. But I didn't think that it would actually happen.
Yeah.
So I'm just grateful. I'm trying to think if there was another moment that I really like. I know you and Rocky was dancing.
Oh,
Lady of
oh. Whenever we had the opportunity, and I was walking back up, and Rocky was like, "Dirty Diana, Dirty Diana." I said, "Here, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go."
So did they have any music playing? Was
They
there a
they
party aspect to the King of the popcorn?
Well, here's the thing. I think my first go round, which was my first time going to Havenhurst, we danced more than anything, right? But I think this time it was more about like making sure I captured everything and pictures and moments and like climbing the stairs and taking pictures, going around the back to the koi pond and just getting a really good like view of this place and like checking everything out. So but we still dance though. Don't make no mistake about it. We still dance, but I
So
just I
they were playing
had to
music.
get a good
They
view.
did.
Yes, yes.
They
Yes.
were
Uh-huh.
okay.
So
Yeah, I'm here for the party. I'm spiritual out of it. Let's spiritual party too.
Yes, here for the part. Yes.
I do wish like because I know there was one moment I was like, yeah, can we get a party? Some people was joining. It was like for a few minutes, but that was it. And I kind of like am the person. I'm like, can we get like a little party going, even just for a few minutes, even just for a few minutes. But I think everybody was just so like in awe of the house and just trying to like take it
Yeah.
all in and stuff. Um, I did like sitting down and like watching the documentary, the part because there was one part I got up and then I got caught up and I was talking with John. I did like that moment, like able to hear like stuff from his perspective and stuff, and just kind of catching up with him and hearing his thoughts. And he's the one that like puts thinks about like the details and stuff, and um sometimes he's even in like the recap lives of King of Popcorn, and he'll like take in like feedback and stuff. So I appreciate him for like taking the time out and for putting his stuff on display. Cause I'm like the way I am, I'm like this ain't leaving the house. That's why I was like Renee and Ryan let that leave the house. Oh no, but it's cool like when they share stuff like that with everybody else, and um, I just thought it was just memorabilia from I don't know honestly. I don't know. I just thought it was something they had at the house or something they just put out. But yeah, it was cool that he shared that. And I think I also enjoyed seeing like new parts of the house, like the room.
Mm.
Um, and I enjoyed seeing the new decorations and stuff. Um, that's pretty much all I can think
When
of.
you say rooms, you mean like bedrooms? Are you talking about the living room and the sitting area?
They had one sitting area open. It was the sunken living room, and that's where they kind of have like a little. It's kind of like a little drink. That's where they were like serving the drinks and stuff. They had
The room
soda
that floats in the
fire,
movie, yeah.
and then they had the dining room open. That's where the picture of Jafar was, where he was doing the toast stand. And that one they just opened this year, so I thought that was a cool addition. They them rooms is off limits. We can't even get in the memory room, so they not playing about that.
you can't even go up the stairs all the way.
You can go halfway, but that's
So my
So
favorite uh, so
go
my
ahead.
favorite okay. So my favorite part of the whole event was seeing Prince again. I miss
Mm.
seeing him. So that was fun seeing him. Obviously meeting Tom Mesereau. But a memorable moment for me was when we took over the dining room and they ended up closing the doors so we can just sing our little hearts out and just sing, dance, party, and then we made our own party. So we were singing, harmonizing, and for it to be like under Michael's bedroom, I'm like, what are we doing? Like, what got over us? We just like, I'm like, who gave us a right to sing inside of the Jackson family's house? So
Right, but
that
they
that
know
was
you're gonna do that. Like, how could you not? If you
true.
ever got a chance to sing a Jackson song, you want to sing it there.
Yeah,
Like
Mm.
that's when
that's
it
true.
really
That's
counts.
true. But
right.
so the doors were like wide open, and we were just like, we were being kind of low, singing low, and all of a sudden, the group just took over. But thankfully and nicely, they ended up closing the door so the movie can play, and we can just have fun and sing. And John didn't mind, so that was awesome. That was a highlight for me.
Mm.
But yeah.
Also, an
Jim,
honorable mention to
what's
the
your
ending.
IG? Because I'm not following you. I think I'm following everybody On the IG and YouTube, but you, Jen.
Uh, what was the question?
Oh, your
What's your
Instagram.
IG? How can I follow
I
you?
I am Jen Jackson. Put it in the chat.
Okay.
Okay. So you're the I am Jennifer. I am Jen Jackson or Jennifer Jackson.
I am Jennifer Jackson is my YouTube, and I am Jen Jackson is my Instagram.
Okay.
Also, an honorable mention to the end of the movie, ladies, when we got to the front and just cut loose.
That one, how did I forget that? That's our party
Yes.
moment. Yo. Oh, and then I think I added this at the end. Hold up. Gotta plug the blog real quick.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, wait, what happened to it? It's somewhere on here. Hold on. There we go. Hector. Hector Barjot. It's his name at the top right here if you want to know how to spell it. But I think he's one of the first people to get a vlog up for this. I still got to work on it. But love this thumbnail. I don't even know how he did that. It's so cool. But he got it or like he got the vlog up and everything, and then he included that portion of our dance party at the end. What set it off was Escapade. They put Escapade on, and I went crazy. And then we was doing the electric slide, a mini Soul Train line.
We thought of you, Trish.
So, wait, I'm gonna cue up the part right now. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, Escapade is one of my cuts. And I grew up dancing. I did ballet and tap. And yeah, girl, I will forget how much I weigh trying to do high kicks and stuff to Escapade. Don't. Okay.
Now, of course, I can't play the music, but this is the part you're talking about. And I mean, none of these events get to this level unless you guys bring the energy.
Facts.
You know,
Finger.
sometimes people might go to some of these events and they'll be like, oh, that's it. No, you have to bring the magic. They did their part. They'll give you the enhancements, the embellishments, but you have to put that extra sauce on top. That's how you said that the frequency that's created. You got to bring it. You know, you just can't say I'm going to spend $700. Now, you know, razzle dazzle me. No, you got to kind of bring some. Got to put in some work too. So
Right.
That's another thing. I've been to certain events where the organizers, it's almost as if they're kind of like annoyed that we start dancing and stuff, or like they cut the music off. And it's like, oh, okay. But with like Hillel and John and Prince, they love that stuff. And so last year for This Is Thriller, one of her name is Bree. She's always gonna be dancing. She started a dance party up in the front, and we just all like follow suit, and we were just this is at the very beginning. Vincent Patterson comes on down and just starts dancing with everybody too. And I was just like, oh my gosh. And so I was like really hoping, like, you know, if I was ever able to go to that again, they would acknowledge that. And then lo and behold, this year they're reserving time so y'all could go and dance.
Yeah.
Like,
by
what?
the way, This Is Thriller only starts at $59. So if you can find a way to get down there, this is a very affordable, probably the most affordable event ever.
I've never
And this
been.
is Halloween Day.
Yes.
What was the documentary they were showing?
Last year, wasn't it the making of Thriller they showed? Was it?
Yes.
And then they
At the King of Popcorn y'all just went to? That's what they showed?
Oh no.
Oh, that was the Greatest Night in
Greatest Night
Pop.
of Pop.
Oh, okay, yeah, on Netflix. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that was dope.
And then for this one last year, they played Making a Thriller, and then they put they played the remastered Thriller short film, and we got to see that on the big screen remaster for the first time. And then they also brought out it wasn't really like a flash mob, but it was like a surprise. Like they brought out the dancers and stuff in the audience in the aisles and stuff. And that moment right there, I don't know what happened, but I was just like that was one of my favorite moments. So curious to see what they do this year. They do something like that or switch it up. But this year I think it's Ghosts.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
they're gonna show Ghost.
I
The
can
food
already see it now. The entire theater going, hello, game time. Like, I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
Oh man.
Hold on.
Anybody here like games? Hello? Game time.
Yo, I remember that. Oh man. But if y'all want to support Hill LA and y'all want some good eatings at the same time, Hard Rock Cafe in Hollywood on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, they have a dangerous burger. This is a layered burger.
Best burger ever.
It's
an egg on there?
hilarious.
No.
No. Onion ring.
I would think it's an egg at the bottom. I see the onion ring. I
Oh,
That's a
feel eggs
burger.
and
Croissant.
onion rings go good on burgers.
It's a pretzel bun. It has an onion ring, of course, the patty, bacon, like a coleslaw at the bottom. It also has barbecue pulled pork, and it comes with fries. And they have a way you could do it, like vegetarian and like vegan version. Lord. I say virgin.
Still talking about burgers? What we talking about? I mean hamburgers. What we?
That's how you know it's getting late. My words is like virgin.
It's too late to be crackling over here.
No.
So do they have that burger at the Hard Rock, Northern Indiana, and Gary?
Hollywood.
No.
Hollywood.
The Jackson brothers has their own burger.
Yeah, I'm like that. I know they got, because I saw something like that when I went last year for the Jacksons concert. But I didn't know if that was the same thing.
The one in Gary's good too, but this burger right here, because they had like, I'm vegan, they had vegan bacon, vegan cheese. I've never had that unless I made it myself at home. So I was like, oh, I don't have to bring my own stuff. The minute I go back to LA, I'm going straight to that burger.
Oh man, I'm mad that I didn't get to have it this year. Oh wait, and then there was the Beat It Cafe.
Hold on. There you go. That smoothie's life.
The smoothie.
I don't even know what she was talking about. All I heard was something was virgin. I was like, what? So I'm still lost.
I don't know what vegan version. Like that's a telltale sign when like my words start merging together and I start stuttering. Even though I'm like I'm not tired, my body's like you're tired.
No, I'm exhausted. I actually fell asleep twice. I don't know if y'all saw it, but you might see the playback. I was like, ooh.
At least you didn't say what John said at the Hill thing.
Wait, what did he say again?
I can't say it.
Oh no.
I can't even remember.
Chris was like, whoa.
But this is the Vita smoothie at the Vita Cafe, or actually, real name for it is the Monte Carlo Cafe. Wait. Yes, that's it. Lord, see, I'm tired. I'm about to say Monte Cristo. That's the house in Vegas. Lord, Monte Carlo Cafe. It is in downtown LA, so the area around it, you might not feel the the safest in and stuff, but it definitely like go with somebody. I know sometimes people like Uber there just so they're not having to park their car and stuff. And they also have it doesn't like have proceeds that come from it, but they have like a sandwich that goes along with this. It's called the Beat It Club sandwich. It was really good.
Oh.
And I think it came with fries too. So you can have a whole meal right there. But the proceeds from the burger that I just showed from the Hard Rock Cafe and from this smoothie, it goes towards Hill LA. And you get a sticker too when you go visit.
What flavor is the smoothie?
Oh, it's a bunch of everything. Y'all remember?
Orange, strawberry, banana,
Banana.
It's good.
and pineapple.
Mango? Oh,
It's really good.
I
I
took
don't do
out the
banana.
banana though. So you can do it without the banana and it was delicious.
I didn't know there was a whole meal though. Like the club sandwich. I didn't know that.
well,
Delicious.
it's separate, but like I do believe, if I remember, the sandwich comes with fries, and then you could order the smoothie.
Just an FYI, the area is not too safe. So just be mindful of your surroundings. I
So this
personally
is the
park.
actual cafe it was filmed at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. But I actually park at the Grammy Museum and I Uber there and then Uber back. But that's just, personal preference. Especially if you're going alone, be very
Mm-hmm.
careful.
I am making time for the Grammy Museum in October. The last time I went in February, Michael's exhibit was taken down, and I was
What?
No.
devastated.
Why?
I had I think okay, so what I was told was that they switched the exhibits out every now and again. But Michael was coming back, is what I was told. And I believe he got switched out for Luther Vandross, I think. But as far as I know, he's back and his exhibit is back. So I'm
AKA gang activity. And I ain't never seen nobody gang bang so hard that they hid out in the sewer and came up out the sewer the
Lord.
game for their activities. I'm like, that's a level of commitment right there.
Michael's bringing them together too.
I'm
He
like,
had the Bloods and Crips
hey,
making purple.
y'all seen him come out the sewer in the video, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
mm.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And
You're like,
not for nothing.
Man, I was born with a fine indicator, like like on
he said
Terminator.
Michael, Jackie, and Torres.
First of all, I want to give extra love to everybody that's in the chat. It is almost 3 in the morning, and the numbers have not dropped. Thank
Wow.
y'all.
What
Thank
if
you.
some people fell asleep while watching? I'm like,
No, I'm sure it's been some who fell asleep and new ones came in, but this is late in real life. Thank you guys. It's a work day too. We know from this live though, next time we're gonna have to separate each event. Well, this is new. We're all new to this space in this way. But I was like, oh wait. But thank all of y'all. Um, and shout out to hold on, make sure I get this lady a pop for coming, gracing us. We lost Leah. We was trying to get Leah up here, and Mama missed, right?
Yes, Mama Mist as a mother of mystery, Aaron Water with a little kiss.
Extra love for Serena for the tweet and the $10. I surely appreciate it. And my guest, my awesome guest. So I've been so quiet this year. I've been working so hard on the other channel. Shout out to Tori and
Tori.
and Jen
Mm.
Hey.
and the other Jen and Kim. Is that everybody?
Yo, it was a jam packed show.
It
You
was.
tied
Yeah.
everything in so well. So big
And this
shout out
all
to
came
you.
together at the last minute. Shout out to everyone here because I remember talking to Tori. First, we were going to have one yesterday, and then Jen couldn't make it. And then we were like, okay, we're going to have to redo this. And we didn't even have a structure. There are people missing. It's been a
Mm.
lot going on, but we were just like, we're just going to wing it. And everyone did a good job winging it. Even
I'm
some
glad I
who
got to be part of
tried,
the
that was
celebration
doing
with you
it.
guys.
Huh?
You know, I just want to say this. I don't know how you guys made it. I was exhausted, like, because I'm up here watching the live event 7, 8 hours, and then you guys were actually there.
Mm.
7, 8 hours, not including your travel time, the bathroom, when you eat, where you go sleep, getting lost or whatever. Like, big kudos to all you guys that went out, made the trips to Gary, to Vegas, to LA, Connecticut, all of that. Like, thank you for us homebodies. You know what I'm saying? Us little cripple folk. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Or any of us
hopefully,
that just couldn't make it. Whether you was crippled physically, you was crippled financially at the moment.
You ain't
You
lying.
know,
uh,
thank y'all.
well, hopefully next year, they make it to where it's more accessible for everyone.
Yeah.
Since I think they realize, okay, well, we might have to change things around. This isn't just Gary neighborhood folks; it's people from all over the world.
Yeah.
And even with like, it's a lot of elderly people that are in the city of Gary. You see what I'm
Hmm.
Yeah.
saying?
Mhm.
So making it more accessible, just you know what I'm saying, it would really help out for those who are there and those who are trying to come. Um, and then like I was telling Trish, was that a week or two ago, when you did the show about they're planning on building hotels there in the city of Gary, which is
Oh,
gonna make the logistics a little bit easier instead of having to go out to all these suburban cities around the city of Gary. And you know, shout out to Leah who had some difficulties. Hearts and prayers still with you. We still sending you love.
yeah.
So, Tori, how do you want to close this out? Because this is your segment.
Oh, well, I still feel like a guest. I don't know. That's pretty much everything. I enjoyed the discussion, and thank y'all for chiming in and everything, sharing your perspective on stuff. And I'm glad I had y'all because there's some things I forgot about. So thank y'all for that as well. And hopefully we can make more memories in the future, whether it's here online here or like in person.
All right. Well, that's it for now. You can tell I'm tired. I was just like, huh?
Mhm.
I promise you I heard
If
you, but I'm just like low key falling asleep. But
if I could just sum it up in a few words, I love this life I live.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I tell people that all the time. I'm so grateful.
Hmm.
I ain't from money. None of us are. So this is just something we love to do because we love it.
Hmm.
I love this life online, in person, and it was actually cool being home, seeing it through another perspective. And I'll be honest, my hat do go to y'all because y'all were going from state to state doing this.
Yeah.
Mm. It was something. There was one night where we didn't even sleep, and
Nope.
that was the night that we right before we had to fly from Chicago to LA. Whew. Hmm.
Yeah,
I
see,
did not sleep that night
that's the
at
young
all.
people.
Oh,
We
I'm a millennial, but I'm a elder millennial. So they got my AARP card sitting somewhere getting ready. I ain't ready to pick it up.
yeah.
I'm just saying, but that's why I appreciate all y'all young bones that hot planes and trains and automobiles. I tell you, Mama Miss, love y'all for that.
No, listen. I don't know how severe your situation is, but Tori can tell you when she met me, I was going through some stuff. I have a rare condition. Sometimes you gotta extremely change your lifestyle, but sometimes you could heal with herbs and food. But we can talk about that on Green the New Lean. I'm partnering with some people in the near future because I'm still healing. I got a long way to go, but I'm Gen X, and we getting up in the age too. It takes a lot, you know. And like you said, sometimes there are things you can't reverse and stuff, but still you want to get your energy levels up. You want to be at the peak of whatever you can be. So, shameless plug, Greetings and New Lean, big things are coming. And I will be collaborating with actual experts, people who have already healed their bodies. So, um, yeah, heck,
So the truth is, um, last August of last year, I got hit by a
Mm.
car.
Oh my
That
goodness.
when I was getting out of a car, I was leaning out of the car. I got hit. Person left the scene.
Oh my.
I went through some discrimination and um yeah, and then I got hit again in April
oh
from the
no.
other side.
Wow.
oh Lord.
So I am. yeah, it's been a whole lot. So I'm adjusting to and just trying to figure out what my body's capable of doing. When it's very hit or miss right now. I did do some aqua therapy, but like when I say you, this past year has been extremely difficult. Um, yeah, I myself could use some representation because where I'm
Absolutely.
at, they do a lot of stuff that they're not supposed to do. Um, yeah, and I'm not getting the help that I need because I was already disabled before. Like I have fibromyalgia, but I'm like you learn what things cause inflammation, what things don't. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So the diet thing, okay, work. And so I wasn't taking like real pain pills and nothing like that prior to. But since August of last year, that's something that I've had to, you know, to do is take pain pills. But even with that, it's hard to even get seen, get the help that you need because they act like, because you're a certain shade that you're built to withstand pain,
Mm.
Mm.
you know. Um,
No,
so yes,
trust and believe. I can't say certain things, at least not on this platform. But like I said, we're
right.
working on ways for me to talk about medical stuff in a more less, restrictive thing. But you are right, and so we got to fight for ourselves because it's just like it's a lot going on. We'll
It
definitely do
is.
another time, but
Yeah.
I don't
And
want to.
then like you know, I inbox you, so we can communicate behind,
No, trust and believe. Like I said, I'll be partnering with actual experts, and then get you to the people that because no matter what your limitations are, you still have to adapt to how to thrive in your new body and your new
right.
limitations. And so, no matter where you are, always go for the maximum level of healing. So it gets easier and easier and easier to heal. It's very hard to heal. And I could just tell you I make a year of my change your life in 1 year journey, and it took a whole year to lose like 20 pounds. It's very challenging. So, but you got this, like mind over matter, you know, seeking you shall
I'm
find.
here. Like,
Amen.
for
Right? I
those
hear
two
quiet.
incidents that happened within like 9 months, and I'm
Mhm.
still here. Come on
Yes.
now.
Amen.
You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And then like to still like you make an impact on the world, like you know what I'm saying? Because our voices matter. So they
Absolutely.
still
Yes.
didn't shut me up. Even
Right.
they
Hmm.
might have shut down maybe how much I move around, but they still didn't shut me up.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And like all of us have our different capabilities. Like, you know what I'm saying? When we come together and we care bear stare, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
you know, you just never know who you're helping just by still being, you know what I'm saying? Like just showing up. You can inspire people to keep on.
Yeah. I work with some amazing women in this space. Like we know what we go through privately, but we all pull each other together and we work hard together. And we take time out when it's necessary because we all, you guys see me disappear. There's a reason. Tori disappears. We all disappear. But collectively, we work together. And I mean, look at the Moonwalkers and the impact they had on Michael Jackson's legacy. You had the researchers, the fighters, the Moonwalkers who represent like these ladies here for the birthday. All that stuff is impact. The social media stuff. All that stuff is an ecosystem that will keep the Jacksons legacy growing. And that's why we focus every aspect of it. It's all important. So thank you guys so much. I don't know why I'm on the verge of crying. I'm just having one of those weird moments, but I'm
Trish, you
It's
were
having
okay.
missed though.
You know.
so
The fact that like they care about all of us and you know what I'm saying? They cared about all of us so we can care about all of us. You know?
yeah.
So
That's
Yeah.
so true.
Yeah.
Yo, we're gonna end on that note before I start crying because I am a little sensitive this week.
I do that sometimes.
No, it's all
My
good.
emotions just be
I
coming out my
almost
voice.
look, I have been secluded from almost everybody, including my family, because I'm so sensitive. So it's just like I said, okay, I feel Trisha coming on. Thank you guys so much, and we'll be back soon. Tito Jackson, I think watch party to celebrate his legacy. Monday is going to be late though. I'm going to try to do Gadget Trish live early so I can come here earlier. But we'll talk about details. It'll be a mystery live, but it's definitely Tito Jackson, duh. And so we'll talk more on Monday. And love you guys all. Good night. Almost 5 hours. Y'all amazing.
Good morning. Good
Hugs and
night.
kisses.
Thanks for having us
Bye.
on.
Bye. Thank you, Trish, for
Thank
everything.
you so much.
Thank y'all. I appreciate it. Bye. Thank you for watching this live or replay. Make sure you sub to this channel to get more content like this. Don't forget to like the video, share, and I will see you guys real soon.